Oh, yes, we have a mic. We have a hot mic.
I don't know.
Even though it feels like winter outside.
Are we ready? Al, are we good?
Are we ready to go? So are we on YouTube? We're on BTV's YouTube. Okay, so I can announce that. Okay, very good. All right, so we're on BTV's YouTube, which is the regular YouTube? Or is that a separate?
That's their Bridgewater Television.
YouTube. Okay.
Not just regular. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, guys, can I have everyone quiet down so we can get started? We just had a little technical stuff with the taping of everything, so that is in place. The time is now 7:10. Can I have everyone please stand up and join me for a pledge of allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, so we got a little bit of a full house tonight. Let me just first state that, again, there's the overflow room, the other room. If anyone who's not planning on speaking tonight wants to go and watch the meeting in there might be more seating available. I'm not quite sure how many are over there right now, but again, for your own comfort, if you want to check that out, you're welcome to do so. So the council meeting is being streamed live on the BTV YouTube link, so please probably look through the BTV website for the link to their YouTube channel. Let's see, I'm going to start this evening with a couple condolences. We lost a couple of veterans since our last meeting. First, I'd like to offer condolences to the family of Leon Skip St. George. He served in the U.S. Army. He passed away on March 16th. And to the family of John Flaherty, who served in the U.S. Marines. He passed away on March 27th. Can I have a moment of silence for those two individuals and their family members and friends? Thank you very much. All right, we will start this evening off with approvals from minutes from our previous meeting of March 18th. Do I have a motion to approve those minutes? Mr. Chase, do I have a second? Mr. Loretti, any discussion on the minutes as printed? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right. Announcements from the president. I will actually start announcements from the president with asking our town clerk. She has an announcement she'd like to start off with, so I'll bring her up first to make that announcement, and then I'll have a little announcement I'll make myself. So, Tina, please go ahead.
All right, so I want to thank all of the candidates who decided to volunteer their service for town council, school committee, and the library. It should be an exciting election, and we hope that many voters show up for the 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. hours. The election is on Saturday, April 26th, which is the end of the spring break. There has been some confusion about the vote by mail. The state mails postcards to request vote by mail during the years in which there is a state election, so there were no postcards in 2025. So if you applied last year for all elections, that only applied to 2024. So if you were hoping to receive a ballot in the mail for this local election, it's not happening unless you apply either by using the QR code, applying for by paper. I have several of the applications here that you can fill out, and the ballot can be mailed to you. Just remember that the last day to apply for vote by mail is the 21st at 5 p.m. So if it isn't in the state database that you wanted a ballot and you didn't ask for it until 5:05, you will not get one mailed. So that means you will have to show up on election day. All ballots must be returned by mail or the drop box by 8 p.m. on election day. The drop boxes are right outside on the ramp and at the front door. You cannot bring your ballot that you got by mail to the polls. It has to be dropped off at the town hall because it has to be checked into the state database. So put it in the drop box. We're not going to be here because we're running the election that day. And the other option, if you are unable to vote on election day, is to come to the town hall now and vote in person absentee. You can do that any day between now and Friday, the 25th at noon. So if you don't make the deadline to apply for a vote by mail on Monday night by 5 p.m., you still have an option to come vote in person absentee. And in case anyone is curious about the cost of running an election, is anyone curious?
Yes.
Any guesses? Some people know. How much? $18,000. So keep that in mind. All right, we hope to see you all at the polls. And if you want one of those applications, I put it on the table over there, and you can always get them down in our clerk's office. I had asked the BTV to put up a graphic with all these numbers and dates and everything so that you guys would be able to see it, but I'll ask them to run it on the cable station.
Sounds good.
Any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you,
I'm glad
Tina.
had the time to do this.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right. And I guess just a little prequel announcement I'd like to read before we get started with the rest of our agenda this evening. So, good evening, everyone, and I appreciate everyone for being here tonight. We do have a pretty long agenda tonight with lots of items to cover. Obviously, the most important items being the FY26 budget presentation by our town manager, and after that, discussion of a possible Proposition 2.5 ballot question. So I know a lot of you are here for that. Firstly, I would just like to state that the town for many years under Mr. Dutton and this year under Ms. Robinson have put together sound conservative budgets that have followed the council's budget resolutions, directing them to do so. Bridgewater spends less per capita in general government, public works, and schools than most communities in the Commonwealth. And FY26 is no exception. Our annual audits show no significant deficiencies or weaknesses in our budgeting process, while we continue to maintain a strong bond rating and stabilization funds as a town. However, every 10 to 15 years, towns may and will face significant cost increases due to inflation, increased town population, and aging infrastructure that will surpass the effects of conservative budgeting. Additionally, FY26 is bringing up challenges not seen in many years, including sharp increases from the BR School District, requesting an additional $7.5 million in funding from Bridgewater for over FY25, due to increased transportation and special education costs, increased insurance and contractual costs, and increased utility costs of over $10 million from their prior fiscal year. As a result, the FY26 operational budget will show cuts across the board for general government, police and fire, DPW, and other town offices to add at least 4.67% to last year's town's district contribution. The details of all will be discussed later tonight. So based on knowing these budgetary shortfalls, the council is bringing forward an order later tonight to a proposed override to address these issues and putting in the hands of the voters of Bridgewater. The number you will see here tonight is a working number. It is not written in stone. It works to address various town issues, including funding for the schools, roads and infrastructure, restoring positions cut in the FY26 budget, and adding additional positions to town services, including police and fire, based on the presentations the two departments made back in front of the council in the recent months. The town council, along with finance and budget and finance committees, will vet out this number in the coming weeks with public feedback, arrive at a final number to vote on with this proposed override if the council decides to vote it forward. The reality is federal funding has been drastically cut and state budgets may not be fully funded by the federal government, leaving towns like Bridgewater to shoulder an even larger share of the burden when it comes to paying for essential town services, like education, public safety, and infrastructure. Without their full funding, we as a town need to come together and decide if we want to support these essential town services through our taxes. This override will help provide the necessary resources to have these vital services without relying solely on uncertain and insufficient state and/or federal funding. And we are not the only ones. As many as 19 other Massachusetts communities are currently contemplating overrides, including Hanover, Hanson, Milton, and Rainham. But again, I ask the public for constructive feedback and comments during the open forums here this evening, understanding what an override will accomplish if it passes, and what services and jobs the town will lose, and the effects on our students if it is not supported. This we will put in the hands of the voters of Bridgewater. That's my statement for this evening, guys. From there, we will move to proclamations, and we do have a proclamation to go over this evening. Is Jeff, John, and Al available to come on out briefly for this? Can we flag them down? If they're hearing us in the back, can you guys come on out for a moment? Aha. Come on up to the podium, guys. So this is a proclamation recognizing Bridgewater Television, BTV, and its dedication to local programming and citizens' access. Whereas public access television serves as a vital resource for fostering community engagement, providing transparent coverage of local government, and ensuring residents have access to important town events. And whereas BTV has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to delivering high-quality local programming, keeping the residents of Bridgewater informed, educated, and connected to their community. And whereas through their dedication, BTV has provided comprehensive coverage of all major town events, allowing citizens to stay engaged with local governance, public affairs, and community initiatives. And whereas the success and impact of BTV would not be possible without the outstanding leadership and dedication of Jeff Fowler, station manager, whose vision and oversight have upheld the station's excellence, John Luck, news producer, whose unwavering commitment to covering all major town events ensures residents stay informed and engaged, and Al Lacerda, community outreach, whose efforts have strengthened community involvement and expanded access to local programming. And whereas their hard work, passion, and dedication to public service exemplify the highest standards of community engagement and media excellence, now therefore we, the Town Council of Bridgewater, do hereby recognize and commend Bridgewater Television, along with Jeff Fowler, John Luck, and Al Lacerda, for their continued dedication to public access television, their invaluable contributions to the town of Bridgewater, and their role in fostering a more informed and connected community. Be it further resolved, this proclamation be entered into the official record of the town of Bridgewater, and then a copy be presented to Bridgewater Television as a token of our appreciation. I think we've got those right there. Thank you, sir. Make sure it's all signed. There we go. John. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Frank. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. Thank you very much. Jeff, you want to
Now
take
we'll see if the
some-
mic actually works. So, all right. That would be really bad luck if it doesn't work. I don't want to slow things up tonight, but just thank all of you. Truly, it's been our mission for over 30 years now to be a partner of the community, and our success is really dependent on the volunteers and many community members. Many of you have had community shows, so we really appreciate it. So I will accept this, but it's really for everybody in the community, and we appreciate it. Look forward to many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. All right, very good. Okay, so now we are moving to Citizens Open Forum. I'll start off by saying, due to Massachusetts open meeting law requirements, discussions will not take place during public comment period. If appropriate, responses to questions and concerns will be given by the town manager at a future town council meeting. And again, with the amount of people that we have here tonight, I'm going to really keep this tight. We need to keep it to 3 minutes or less. I'm going to give you a little 5-second sign right near the end, so please acknowledge that and try and wrap up your comments as quickly as possible when you see that, please. When you come up, again, please give us your name and address for the record, and I will open up the stand for anyone who'd like to come up and speak. Come on up.
Greg Martin, 493 High Street. Good evening, Council President and Council members. I'd like to take a moment to highlight two important pieces of legislation on tonight's agenda. The first relates to the Purple Heart Project. The intent of the Bridgewater Veterans Council is to bring awareness to the community of the sacrifices that have been made by the brave service members of Bridgewater, both past and present. From the names of the Civil War veterans who gave their lives that are forever etched in the foyer of the Memorial Building across the street, to the World War I service members on the World War I monument across on the Common, to all of the others listed on the War Memorial from subsequent wars, from World War II, Korea, Vietnam, and most recently the Global War on Terror. We will never forget their sacrifice. As part of this project, you will see Purple Heart signs as you enter into Bridgewater at most of the major entry points. Thank you to Paul DaCosta and the DPW for their support in installing these signs over the last couple of weeks. In the last town council meeting, you all unanimously proclaimed the month of May as Purple Heart Month in Bridgewater. As such, legislation in front of you tonight is a formal request to raise the Purple Heart flag in front of the Academy building, underneath the American flag and the POW flag for the month of May. If approved, on May 1st, we will have a flag raising ceremony with an open invite to the people of Bridgewater with our living Purple Heart recipients as our honored guests. And we have a living Purple Heart recipient here with us tonight. Lastly, on this project, we will be selling Purple Heart yard signs. So a little bit of a shameless plug here, but really, again, raising awareness to the community, raising patriotism, and making people aware of the sacrifices that have been made is the overall intent. We're making a few bucks on each sign. We'll be selling these signs for $20 to raise money for this project and other veterans' causes. Please reach out to the Veterans Office with any inquiries. I'll also be posting this on social media, so stay tuned. Let's show our support for our veterans who have sacrificed so much for us. The second piece of legislation is a first reading for a local option for property tax exemptions for our disabled veterans. To clarify for the citizens, as I'm sure all of you are now familiar with this piece of legislation from the state, this legislation is part of the HERO Act that was signed into law by Governor Healy last year. This allows towns to increase the disabled veteran property tax exemption by the cost of living in the same way that Social Security is increased each year. With the 100-year average being 3.3% per year, this translates to an increase of only about $13 for a disabled veteran who is between 10% and 90% disabled through the VA. The cost to the town for this option in year one is only $3,000. I believe we owe it to our disabled veterans to adopt this provision into the law. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Greg. Who else would like to come up and speak? Come on up, Bill.
Hi, Bill Wood, Hayward Street. I promised Kevin I'd keep this brief. First subject is on the flags. I am an old white man. I had a discussion about what queer meant, and my daughter said, to understand, you need to research. And now I did research, and now I have a better understanding about the subject. I also researched what Juneteenth means. The reason I mentioned being an old white man is because I asked if I was the right representative to recommend flying the flags, and the answer was yes. Putting up banners like the Pride and Juneteenth flags are an educational opportunity to foster understanding. When I was on the council, I had a simple rule: do no harm. No one is harmed by flying a flag in front of the Academy building. Absolutely no one is harmed by flying a Pride or a Juneteenth flag and discussing what they mean. I urge you, for the 5th year, to fly both flags. And now we're going to add the Purple Heart flag. And now on to the budget. The 2010 $2.5 million override continues to grow by 2.5% each year and is now generating $3,620,000 in real estate taxes. It will never stop growing. Operational overrides never stop growing. You will only have a 45-day window to vote on the budget. You may increase an amount on the budget, but only if you decrease other lines by the same amount. Any rise in the district's school assessment is permanent. Massachusetts law says you cannot give less than what you gave last year. I urge extreme caution with the potential $11 million increase. Do not decide on this hastily. without due diligence and a lot of research. The teachers' union is negotiating for the next raise. Each and every employee covered by the teachers' collective bargaining agreement had a raise each and every year since the 2010 operational override. When the cost of employment exceeds the average of 3.1 in new revenue, it is difficult to budget within revenue. Finally, your override order tonight is in bad form. You have mixed a debt exclusion for road repairs with an operational override, but maybe that was done on purpose, thinking no one would notice. There are two different overrides, and a TIF is a bad idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Anybody else like to come up and speak? Oh.
Good evening. Sean Kennedy, 487 Summer Street. Good evening, Bridgewater. Good evening, councilors. First, I'd like to also thank BTV. I think you guys have done a great job this week assisting our candidates, and we all appreciate the work you guys are doing to inform the public. We have quite the agenda tonight. One of the biggest issues I hear from residents in town is communication issues. I've spoken to a few councilors about this agenda this evening, and what I was told was that they had no idea this was even on the agenda until the public found out at the same time. The agenda is set by the council president, but on an issue this big, I'd like to think that our councilors are well informed on issues coming before the public before those decisions are made. So I think it's only courteous to the other councilors and to their constituents to let them know what's coming up on issues as big as the town override. Onto the override. I feel for both sides on this. I have kids in the schools, and I'm also on a fixed income. I'm in a unique situation. But what I will say is that I'd like to see an audit at a minimum of the schools, if not the town as well. Massachusetts Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, also known as DESE, has found our special education department out of compliance multiple times in the last couple of years. These are systemic issues. I had an issue with my own child last summer, so I'd like something like this to be added to the budget for that, to audit these, to make sure the public's money is being spent where it's supposed to be spent and what it's supposed to be spent on. To add to this agenda, we have $13,000 for a book. The town is being asked for an override, and we're spending $13,000 on a book. I like history too, but right now might not be the time to spend that kind of money. And the cherry on top of this entire thing is 25 grand for a flagpole. Again, this is not what the town wants. If you're asking us for an override, we don't want to be blowing money on projects like this. Spend the money appropriately. We have the First Amendment right to fly our flags and anything we want on our own property, and that's a good thing, and everyone should use that First Amendment right to do and say what they want. But it should be done on private property, and spending tax money on this is ridiculous. Ultimately here, communication is key. I think we should also have a 5-year budget laid out here so that we know where this money is going to go over the next few years, so the next 40 positions the school asks for are not sending us into another fiscal situation. I want residents to stay informed. Doing things the way that we're doing isn't working. I'm also running for Town Council District 3, so anyone that wants to vote for me, I'd appreciate your support. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Mrs. Hunt.
I'm not tall. I'm not tall enough for that. Marilee Kenny Hunt, 80 Austin Street. I wanted to say that last night I attended the presentation by Mr. Cormier at Greyhound Tavern. It was interesting and well put together, and you're going to see that in a little bit. Mr. Cormier has invested a great deal of time and money developing and redeveloping his project on the old Friendly's property. It can be our first project using the new form-based code. It is designed to limit the number of children involved, keeping the additional school expenses low. The buildings are beautifully designed, the landscaping is lovely, new sidewalks are an answer to dreams, and it definitely benefits the downtown. Those are the positives. However, when we speak of town needs, we must think broadly. While Mr. Cormier has financial arrangements set to go when the project is accepted, those arrangements include a TIF. You just heard that from former Councillor Wood. And that does not provide the best for our town. I'm sure you as councillors understand that a TIF financially benefits the project owner, not the town. It allows a certain percentage of the project's determined tax rate to remain unpaid for a specific number of years, meaning that only a percentage of the project would pay taxes for anywhere from 5 to 20 years. Given our town's current situation, that is not affordable. Our town needs full tax income from every source. You are about to decide on an $11 million override in an election this spring. How could you do that and waive income for the downtown project, from the downtown project? There is an option. A DIF rather than a TIF would better benefit the town. A DIF could ensure the town's income for the full taxable property rate. Revenue can be used to support the infrastructure improvements, as was done with Elm Street Warehouse, when a DIF ensured reconstruction of Elm Street itself, which the town could not afford and the project required. Infrastructure improvements within the defined DIF district, coupled with the property taxes, bring the town full fiscal benefit from the new project. The work done by Mr. Cormier is impressive. It is a lovely project and one which Bridgewater can benefit from. However, we cannot afford to give away acres of downtown commercial property without receiving the taxes required. I hear Mr. Cormier's frustration. He has worked for several years to bring this wonderful project to Bridgewater. His current financing plans are set and ready upon your approval. If Bridgewater were in abundant financial position, it might be tempting to allow the TIF and move forward. However, as a citizen, I feel compelled to ask you not to offer generosity in place of our town's needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn. Ms.
Evening.
Wilder.
Jim Wilder, 185 Curve Street. I know it's going to be a long night, so I'll be brief. Flags and flagpoles, most of it has already been said. My belief is official flagpoles on official government flags on government buildings, excuse me. Special interests, flags and groups will lead to future issues and litigation. The Purple Heart, not to throw shade on anybody, but the Purple Heart flag, I have a problem with the Purple Heart flag if you look at it. The emphasis is supposed to be on some gave all. That's why it's the second part of the quote. The quote is backwards on that flag. Some gave, well, the one on the website is, it's backward. Some gave all is the important part of it. Obviously, we all know what that means. Sorry. Override, don't like it. Lacks detail, lacks a 5-year, 10-year projections. Doesn't allow the taxpayer to make an informed decision. Tax increases in the town may be imminent, but not without audits and cuts. The Broad Street development, I'd like to tell the developer to pound sand too. Tell them that we have 10 other people willing to build, but that's not going to happen. It hasn't happened in 10, 15 years, and this town needs to invest in downtown. I know I'm upsetting some friends and supporters, but this is an empty property for 10 years, producing nothing but 14 grand a year. This plan costs the town nothing out of pocket. The DIF will cost money out of pocket for the town. Mr. Cormier can explain a little bit better than I can. Shopping today is done on the phone with Amazon. If you want to attract commercial business downtown, we're going to have to make incentives. We're going to have to, that downtown should be the crown jewel of this town. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilder. Anybody else like to come up and speak?
Good evening. My name is Lacey Cambria. I have spoken once before at one of these meetings. Since then, I fear the learning environment in my classrooms has only gotten worse. If you walked into any one of my classes, you would be appalled by the behavior you see. That is unfortunately the norm. The class sizes of 30 are not manageable for one teacher, let alone an increase in classroom size next year of almost 40 without an override. Regardless of behavior, safety is the first issue that comes to mind. What will it take? An incident where a child or teacher gets hurt for us to look back on the decisions our town made to not increase taxes for the safety and benefit of our youth. Safety, as well as misuse of property and Chromebooks, which many students don't think are expensive. Chromebooks are a privilege, one many students overlook. While Chromebooks aren't even a portion of the major expenses we as a district have to pay, it all adds up. We have seen the expenses add up, otherwise we wouldn't be having any of these issues. Supplies for normal school activities are dwindling. Teachers should work for a school system that supports all the students' needs, not just the ones met because of the yearly budget. After attending 2 of these meetings, I was very confused as to what an override is. I'm sure some people were too. But I did my research and realized that this is the best decision for our town. I thought that everyone at these meetings wanted an override and we would be okay for the next year. I thought that the budgets discussed by the school committee would pass and we'd be okay. But it's not okay. As a district, as a town, we are just managing to stay afloat while we're drowning in expenses of this year and the upcoming year. How many more staff members can we lay off? How many more specials and extracurricular activities can we cut for it to be okay? None. I cannot stress how much, as a student, that we need these funds. We need this override. We need people to look at their lives and why they are not giving back. They are looking at this override from a financial perspective, but not from a moral point of view. You need to think about the children who have been promised an education and aren't getting what they deserve. When you put your community first, you'll make your own life better. JFK once said that children are the world's most valuable resource and its best hope for the future. So Bridgewater, young and old, what are we going to do about this? We have to work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Lacey.
Maya Riley, 2 Tarkin Hill Lane. I am a senior at Bridgewater Rainham Regional High School and the vice president of the Gender and Sexuality Alliance. I have been asked to speak on behalf of the members of the GSA about the importance of the Pride flag raising ceremony. I'd like to share my experiences with this celebration as a young LGBTQ+ student. 2 years ago, I was asked to speak at the flag raising ceremony to speak upon why it was so important to have this representation within the town. I spoke about the importance it has for the adolescent LGBTQ+ members within Bridgewater. I highlighted how the raising of the flag stood as a symbol of acceptance, safety, and unity, and how it stands for the things that many young students do not receive. My stance on the flag raising ceremony has yet to change. Events that seem so small and simple, like the one-day ceremony where a flag is raised up, has a lasting impact on the youth of the town. That is why it is so important. That is why I stand here today to speak about it. Watching members of the community come together to celebrate the raising of a flag symbolizes so much and is unforgettable. The support of a symbol that reflects the growth that we as people, towns, and states have gone through. It is a support of the challenges, it is the support of growth from the challenges, the discrimination, the criminalization, and the violence that we have faced. Support of a celebration of progress, of the fight for equality. We live in a world where I have been trained to watch my back, to be hyper aware of who I'm around, and to trust no one. But growing up, I knew I was blessed to live in a town that I was comfortably able to express myself in, where I felt safe and as if I was backed up in a world that was full of discrimination. That is why the public visual support of the LGBTQ+ community showed me that in this world, there are people I can trust, that I can trust my community. I ask you to think about the impact that the ceremony has, not only on you or a high school senior, but the children within the town. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm William Sinesi. I'm a 7th grader at the Bridgewater Middle School, and I'm watching my school turn into chaos. We are not receiving the same education as our peers in other towns because of the ridiculous class sizes we are thrown into. With larger class sizes, this means that there are more disrupting kids in each class that makes it almost impossible to have one day with a quiet, respectful learning environment. And that also means that teachers are spending more class time disciplining students that could be used teaching. Another thing is that next year the district is getting rid of specials due to the lack of funding. And the specials are what makes more kids want to go to school. So with all these things at stake, I knew I had to do something. I've started a petition so the whole town of Bridgewater can know what is happening and to make sure we, the students, can get the education we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Janet Hanson, Pleasant Street. I just have a list of things. I'm not eloquently like everybody else read things. But as far as the flagpoles, I thought our flags were already decided. I thought having 3 flagpoles, I think it was 3, is a good compromise. I just don't understand why it costs $25,000 to put them up. So that'd be nice to be explained. I am in favor of the purchase of the restoration of the coroner's book. So I'm just going to say that. I am in favor of it. The TIF, I don't approve of. I don't understand it. The timing isn't right for this. We're trying to do a budget, and now we're going to have a developer pay less taxes than, and they get money out of their project. A resident pays taxes. We get no money out of the project. So the timing isn't right for us to lose that amount of taxes. It does cost the money because we don't get the taxes. It doesn't cost us to build it, but it does cost us to lose the taxes. So I'd like to see how that is going to pan out. As far as the accessory dwellings, I don't really understand a lot of it. I'm hoping that it's explained better. I did get some information last night before the meeting was cut short. But I understand that if a property is being sold, both dwellings, if there's 2, need to be sold together. But what happens if whoever buys it, are they allowed to rent out those properties? I need clarification of that. Are they able to rent it out to non-family members? How does that necessarily work? So I would like to know that. And as far as Proposition 2.5, you'd have to really get me strong evidence to say that for me to pay more taxes. Show a budget plan. Show how, in the future, in the next 5 years, how everybody's going to control their money. You need to show the town that. You can't just ask for more money and have us say, okay, are you going to be accounted for that? Also, when are we going to be hit with the BP and the fire station increases? We haven't been hit with that yet, I don't believe. That should be addressed. And are we finished with the elementary, the pre-K through 2nd grade yet? Or have we even been hit with that yet? Because those are all going to add to the taxes. And I don't know about you, but we have a hard time paying what we pay now. And to increase that doesn't mean I don't care about the kids. We just have to figure out the best balance to be able to do this. And just asking for Proposition 2.5, that's a permanent thing. So what about all the other things? How much, I would like to know how much that is going to add, that needs to be addressed. How much is that going to add to our taxes? So I guess that's it from now because I got the 5-second rule.
Thank you, Janet. Thank you so much.
Good evening. Carlton Hunt, Austin Street, Bridgewater. I attended the Broad Street development presentation last night and greatly appreciate and respect that Mr. Cormier and his team heard the citizens and ZBA's concerns on the previous concept. The revised plan you will hear about tonight addresses most of the expressed concerns. Importantly, you will hear data-driven information on traffic, water use, and town revenue. It's important for the citizens of the town of Bridgewater and town council to understand the data, its sources, meanings, and implications. My 40-year scientific career was grounded in data, its interpretation, and most importantly, its quality. To that end, my teams never accepted the data nor interpretation without an independent quality assurance audit. I therefore request the town council have the finance department complete a financial impact analysis of the proposed TIF agreement. Moreover, such review must compare pros, cons, advantages, and disadvantages of the TIF and the DIF concepts independently. Both are important methods for supporting development. I note the proposed TIF agreement includes a statement that the developer will apply for tax credits under Mass General Law, Chapter 23A and 53D. How do these credits, if awarded, interplay with the DIF or a TIF? Do the credits support the project financing, What happens if they are denied? Tonight, you will hear the TIF costs, quote, nothing. That's a misnomer. The loss of legitimate tax revenue for 15 years is a negative fiscal impact, especially in this financially challenged era. What is the negative impact to the town? It limits the general revenue for much-needed operational fiscal support. Will it impact the town's ability to receive low or no-cost loans? Bond rating? We need to know that. Again, the town needs to hear from our finance department on this proposed agreement. If an internal fiscal impact analysis is not possible, the town should authorize an independent professional financial impact assessment, or have the town conduct an analysis, have the state conduct an analysis of any draft agreement. This suggestion is based on a comment made last night that the state must approve the TIF. Is that correct? This drives me to request the town attorney conduct a legal review of the proposal, its application and requirements to ensure the process is appropriate for the town. I see no reason to rush to judgment without the town conducting thorough due diligence before any committee or board meets to consider the order. I have other questions. I understand Mr. Cormier's position Monday evening. Completion of-
Carlton, try and wrap it up, 5 seconds, please.
Okay, I'm going to stop there, and I'm going to say to the book comments before, the CPA funds only historic preservation, housing, open space acquisition, and recreation. It does not fund the general fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlton. Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Anna Mitchell, 272 Flag Street. Because I've grown up in a family of teachers, I've seen the impact educators have on children. Subsequently, a passion for learning has been instilled in my siblings and me due to the people I've gotten the gift of looking up to. I want to do all that I can to ensure a positive educational experience for the current students and next generation of kids in our towns. After hearing about the instability that would come if the override is not successful, I asked one of my teachers, "What can I do to help?" And she replied, "Advocate for yourself." If the future of children's education lies within this vote, our voices need to be heard on how this would affect our day-to-day life, as well as the trajectory for the rest of our lives. As a sophomore at Bridgewater Rainham, I'm worried about what my school experience would be like over the course of the next few years. A large part of the enjoyment I find in going to school is found in the relationships I've been able to curate with my friends and teachers, such as Mrs. Mallard, Mrs. Hoy, Miss Wilcox, and Mr. DePompriand. Class sizes are crucial to the development of relationships between teachers and the students and will also affect the quality of the education students will be able to receive. I have a love of learning and do not want that and my opportunities to be jeopardized. The education children receive in high school sets us up for post-secondary education, which is crucial to the quality of the future community members we will be for these towns. In a world with colleges growing more and more competitive, advanced placement classes and electives prepare us for applying ourselves elsewhere in the future. The clubs and activities at BR give us many different opportunities to find our passions and form important relationships together. I've seen the differences clubs make when one of my classmates, who is a member of BR's Club Thrive, said that the club is the only reason he still comes to school. The experiences students are given due to the sports and extracurriculars offered at BR help us develop crucial life skills. BR sports are necessary for more than playing games and physical fitness. The students at BR hold a great deal of passion and love for their sports and teammates that is very hard to replicate elsewhere. A primary example of this is the distance track team that Mr. Souza coaches. Us runners have learned to push ourselves past obstacles, be uplifting teammates for each other, and deal with the adversary and setbacks that are found within the passion of athletics. Similarly, class times, practices, and club meetings serve as crucial parts of our day that affect our physical, emotional, and social health. Students' happiness and development needs to be protected, and passing this override could do that. Another area of education that may be endangered due to the situation is the special education department. I know firsthand the significant impact special education resources have on the development of students. If the override fails, are these resources going to be guaranteed for the hundreds of families, mine included, that depend on these services for the future of their children? If the override doesn't pass, we won't get the education and resources that we need. If you can help us now by setting us up for success, we can later pay it back for our community. We will help this community that has been able to foster great connections for us. The high school needs these chances and organizations. I speak tonight to share my concerns for the future opportunities of all of Bridgewater-Rainham students. Please don't leave us behind. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. You can bend, it'll bend down for you.
Can bend down? Like,
Yeah, help her out.
oh, like that. Okay.
Got it.
Hi, my name is Mary Cambria, and I'm in the 3rd grade at the Williams School. I just want to say that I had a better speech a couple weeks ago, or the last meeting at a school committee meeting. Why do we need to pass this override? Because our town is getting overpopulated. Why is our town getting overpopulated? Because you guys keep letting people build houses. Why do you guys keep letting people build houses? I don't know. Think about that. My class this year has 31 kids. The private school I went to last year, Little Brick Schoolhouse, had 27 kids in the entire school. When I was in my class of 9 students last year, I felt like I was being challenged. That's where I learned almost all of my skills. Also, it was easier to make friends. Everybody knew everybody, but they were kind enough to include me in their friend groups. This year, I feel it's harder to make friends because there's way too many children. Teachers can't pay attention to all of the kids in their classes because there's too many of them. When teachers have to manage the behavior of more disruptive students, it doesn't give them much time left to teach me. If we continue down this path, we're going to lose all of our valuable students and staff because they're going to find better places to learn and work. If we don't pass this override, I might not want to go to the school district anymore. We need to pass this override because it will guarantee the students the education they need and deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's gonna be hard to top that. Brad McKinnon, 86 Spring Street. How you guys doing? Good. It's been a little bit, I know. That guy right there, Greg Martin, until today was the only person I talked to that has anything to do with this town, so don't think it was anything personal when all my stuff was on silent and I wasn't answering anyone. But gotta say a few things. Deb's telling me to speak up, and here I am going to talk about how great she is. She's like my second mother over there. She's awesome. Jason, I gotta say, we're lucky to have you. I do watch some other town meetings, and the lawyers aren't always there, and they might not always have the town's best interest in, but I can tell everyone in here that you do, and I appreciate that. Blythe, thank you for stepping up. You did well, in my opinion, and I wish you luck in any other aspect you go after this. So a few things I wanted to bring up, just good things, you know. So starting off, I had that homeless guy on Route 18 living in the Friendly's parking lot. I mean, all Bobby Cormier had to do was put a no trespassing sign, and that would have been taken care of, but that didn't happen, so it is good to see a landowner like that. What else? You had Kingsley and Hennessy. Kingsley paid for a few days at a hotel for the guy. That's our police sergeant for the K-9, and then you had Hennessy buy him a jacket. That's awesome to see, you know, some good news for the town. Another thing, there's a kid called Cam London in town. He scored 2 goals in the NHL. Bridgewater now has an NHL goal scorer, which is pretty awesome. And now that we're talking about sports, I'm going to bring up the friendly thing called competition. April 19th, with Fire Effect and Marshawn Environment, I have set up a town cleanup at the Town River Landing at 80 Spring Street. I did put on Facebook that I asked for all the candidates to be here because I do kind of want to challenge all the candidates to have a little friendly competition, bring a little support group, come down, clean up this part of town, that part of town. I'll try to have it set up where we have some people go to Carver, some people go here. There's already a cleanup for the Ironworks and the NIP on the same day, so hopefully, I mean, Kevin knows last year that dumpster kind of went empty, so I'm hoping this year it can be filled up a lot more. And anyone that wants to get involved, I'm back on Facebook. I took a little hiatus. I needed a little time, though, if you couldn't tell from me resigning.
I'm 30 years old, kind of took a lot of my life taking care of myself, so I figured I had to taking care of others, so I said it's kind of time for me to take care of myself. I will be here more, I will be more vocal. I mean, I can say a lot more things that I could say right there, so that's a good thing. And like I said, April 19th, it'd be good to come down, do the town cleanup. The time's not set in stone yet, but I am going to figure it out. I got to figure out when the nip's happening, when the woodwork, all that. And it's really about it. And for the candidates, it's also an opportunity for you guys. I mean, I'll use these three for example because you're all different races. Not everyone who votes for Johnny is going to vote for Kevin. Not everyone who votes for Kevin is going to vote for Fred. So it's also an opportunity for you guys to meet fellow constituents and just talk to them, you know. And that'll be it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Steve Black, 145 Leggy Street. Thank you for this opportunity and the freedom to speak tonight. I love our town. I've been living here since 1985, and over the years, I've seen our community grow in many ways. But I've never seen the kind of division that we've experienced recently, especially as reflected in the last few presidential elections. Now more than ever, Bridgewater needs to come together. We must support each other, regardless of our race, background, or sexual orientation. Sadly, this past year has brought several incidents of racial tension and hate speech to our community. That's why the flag raisings for Black Lives Matter and LGBTQ+ are not just symbolic, they're necessary. These flags send a clear message. Bridgewater is a safe, welcoming place for all. They represent the values we strive to uphold as neighbors and fellow residents. Thank you, councilors, for your time, your consideration, and your support for these important resolutions.
Thank you.
Frank Souza, 596 Main Street. I'm here this evening to talk about the accessory dwelling units. We have controversy on this one, okay? The state has done some study into why we need them and the size. And the state has seen that the need for the ADU housing to be a maximum of 900 square feet. Bridgewater Senior Housing, for example, has a list that will take 2 years to get an apartment. And when one becomes available, it may not be in Bridgewater. A number of seniors and others who have lived in the same apartment for years are having trouble paying their rent that continues to rise. They may no longer need a 3-bedroom apartment, but can't find a smaller one that they can afford. Others have these homes that they want to stay in, but they have space that they could put one of these units in and generate enough income so they can continue living in their own home. Okay. The state plans for the ADU to be up to 900 square feet. The Bridgewater Zoning Board said, no, let's only go to 800 square feet. I believe a 900 square foot unit is what most seniors, couples need and are looking for. The size enables the unit to have 2 bedrooms. Why do I believe the size of the unit is needed? I, like many other, have medical conditions that cause us to get up 3 to 4 times during the night. My wife is a very light sleeper, and she still works. So if I wake her up 3 or 4 times during the night, it's kind of hard for her to get up and go to work. So when I built my new home, of course I had it before, we made sure there was a spare bedroom for me. And that's what we do, okay? But now, she's still working, I mean. Now, the 900 square foot unit will meet needs of many, not just the seniors, okay? We have other people, in fact, one couple that I've known for a number of years at the church. He is now partially disabled and only able to work part-time. They're living in an apartment that's costing them a lot of money. And the 900 square foot, which I hope to build above my garage, will give them the 2 bedrooms that they need because, again, there is the medical situation where they sleep in separate rooms now. but they're paying an astronomical amount of money for, and the other side is the unit I am trying to build, okay. You know, we have to do something to help these people. Again, the person that I'm trying to help, the reduction in their rent would be $500, okay? The department will provide help in income for those people who really need it. And I think that you should really consider not going with the 800, but the 900 to take care of people like myself and these people who are owning houses, who are just struggling to stay in their homes that they've had all these years.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you.
Anybody else like to come up and speak? Oh, please.
Good evening. My name is Sydney Ellis. I live at 760 North Street. I'm a 7th grader at the Bridgewater Middle School. I play on the BMS Spartan soccer team. Last year, I was a part of the drama club, and I hope to join the creative writing club next year. I love what I have learned in art class and even played the piano and the ukulele in music class. It is important to me and all the students at Bridgewater Random Middle Schools and other schools to get to participate in these extras. If our parents do not pass the override vote, all of these extras will go away. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Come on up.
Kimberly Burke, 14 Heather Lane.
Please make a comment, please. This is a public comment period.
LGBTQ youth attempts suicide once every 45 seconds. LGBTQ youth are 4 times more likely to attempt suicide than their peers. Imagine you are an LGBTQ student at Bridgewater, harassed at school. Imagine you are chased home after school after being assaulted. Imagine you are too afraid to go home because the classmates chasing you might find out where you live. Imagine small-town bigots shout down a proposed town flagpole and welcome resolution because it might just be used to acknowledge your presence. Imagine how happy you would be if the town acknowledged and acknowledged Pride Month and the Pride flag. Imagine voting yes to Resolution R, FY 25-009.
Thank you. Anybody else like to come up and speak?
Hi, my name is Shannon Cambria, 3 Candy Lane, Bridgewater. I've spoken once before at a school committee meeting about a month ago. I would love to be able to attend more of these meetings, but unfortunately, or fortunately, actually, my kids have after-school activities 5 days a week. I can't imagine not taxiing them around to all of their favorite extracurriculars, and I'm sure many other parents are in the same boat. I have 3 daughters in the Bridgewater schools, 1 in the 3rd grade, as you saw at the Williams, and 2 at the middle school in 6th and 7th grade. I also work in this district as a sub-separate ESP. I work here, and I don't want to send my own kids here. I see firsthand what is happening to the staff morale, the emotional and mental toll it is taking on us and our students, and the parents who keep showing up for the teachers and the kids, willing to do literally whatever it takes to get their kids a better education, being shut down or told to just hang on till next year. We've already been hanging on for too long. We need this to change now. Excuse me. We are not asking for extravagant things here. I want my kids to go to a school with a reliable heating system, with a working elevator that doesn't break while people are in it, and yes, that has happened within the past couple weeks, with a foreign language class, so my girls don't have to teach themselves on Duolingo, with ceilings that don't leak at the first drop of rain, the possibility of going on a field trip instead of having them canceled for one reason or another, whether it's due to behavioral, budgetary, or class size issues. I want my third grader to be given the opportunity to be in a pullout group for kids who are above grade level, instead of forcing that responsibility onto her teacher, who is already doing every single possible thing she can do to give individualized level work. But with 31 kids in her class, there's just not enough time in the day to do that. And please don't let the average class size of 28 fool you. There are 10 third grade classes at the Williams, and each of them has 30 kids. One of them has 38 already when the sub-separate kids are included, which they should be. I don't know about you, but I don't know how long I would last having to teach 38 third graders. It takes a toll on our amazing teachers and staff who have done and continue to do so much for our students. I want my 6th and 7th graders to be able to use their lockers without having them get stuck. I mean, at least they're fortunate to have a locker. There are many students that don't, due to the amount of kids at the school. My daughter's best friend in 7th grade has to share a storage closet where they put their homeroom's backpacks. A storage closet for 28 7th graders, that's ridiculous. So we're not asking for the override for any extra bells and whistles, that would be great. We are asking for the bare minimum when it comes to a school environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mike Manter, Vernon Street, speaking in support of the TIF agreement proposed in tonight's agenda and the project overall. The updates to this project are incredible, and that's clearly demonstrated in this, that this is a net positive revenue impact even with the TIF. I'm in the development space, and I fully understand how difficult it is to get projects financed today. It's why there's approved projects all over Boston that no construction has started in. Here we have a local person investing in the community, proposing a beautiful project and telling you exactly what is needed to get done with this quality. I worked for a large developer and for a long time, and trust me, I'm writing this down, but trust me, it is very hard right now to get things approved and started. I'm going to use the sport. I think the gentleman left, but he used sports, and I feel like this is a homegrown guy that we need to keep here. And if we sell off, I feel like it's the Mookie Betts that we're shipping him off to across the country, and who knows what comes after that. So I'm in full support. I love this town. I've lived here forever. If I could live here since 1656, I would have, and I will forever. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Anybody else like to come up?
Hi, good evening. Kristen Frechette, 1160 South Street. First, I'd like to thank the council for the ongoing conversations being had around our town's extremely critical needs. Thank you for that. I am here to note my support for allowing an override to go to a town vote. We need to continue wanting to do more with more for our community. I am currently serving as the PTO president of the Friends of Williams, and I am seeing firsthand what the teachers and staff are requesting the PTO for monetary support. It's becoming more about funding everyday basic classroom and curriculum costs, and it's giving the PTO less opportunity to fund additional enrichment support and recreational programs for our students. I worry about the future purpose of PTOs and how to keep up with this demand of fund requests that shouldn't be our responsibility in the first place. I am also extremely active on the George Bitchell School Parents Association. I am constantly volunteering inside the building. 2 weeks ago, I hosted the Scholastic Book Fair for the entire school. I saw 39 classes over the course of 1 week, witnessing firsthand repeatedly the overextended classroom management of these classes with 26 to 30 children per class. It is mind-boggling, it is overwhelming, and it is extremely saddening. Overcrowded class size is such a disservice to our teachers and staff, but most importantly is a disservice to our children. I hesitated to put this next bit in of what I'm going to say in case it was mistaken as teacher incompetency, but then I added it anyways because of the situation is the honest truth. At the end of March, I attended my parent-teacher conference. My child's teacher felt the need to apologize to me for not being able to challenge my child every single school day in a way that they need and want. She told me it's a major struggle to be able to meet the individual needs of 27 students every day. She shouldn't have to apologize to me. I do not fault her for the too large class size that is out of her control. So I stand here fighting for more funding for her, for all of our school staff, and of course, every single student in the district of Bridgewater-Rainham. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Jennifer Pimentel, Casey Circle. So I am here to speak in favor of an override. These are not the classrooms of our childhood. The needs of students have evolved, but the expectations on them have only grown. It's crucial that we, as a community, support an override. My daughter, Olivia, is a 4th grader at the Williams Intermediate School. She's bright, full of life. She loves dance, cheerleading, basketball, her friends, her teachers, and her school. But Olivia now suffers from severe anxiety and post-traumatic stress disorder due to her 3rd grade school environment. Olivia sat in a class of 29 with at least 10% of those students facing severe behavioral challenges. Despite her teachers' best efforts, they were unable to finish their curriculum. Olivia, at only 8 years old at the time, felt so unprepared for 4th grade, she chose to spend hours of her summer tutoring because her school failed to meet the basics of the education she wanted. Olivia's story is one of over 5,600 students in this district, and it's not isolated. As I spoke to other parents, and as you've heard tonight, I learned many children are facing similar struggles. Olivia, along with other children of our community, now face lifelong mental health struggles as a direct result of the overcrowding and lack of adequate resources in the Bridgewater-Rainham Regional School District. So council members, I urge your support on an override to meet the needs of our children. And community members, please think of the children in this community, those you've heard from, those you've heard about, students like Olivia, when you are asked to vote for this vital measure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, counselors. Sam Baumgarten, 60 Short Street. First, thank you for your patience and willingness to keep listening to all of our comments. Secondly, kudos to the members of the student body at Bridgewater-Rainham. They're obviously being well-trained as speakers, and that's a good thing for us. I want to make a few comments about the flags. A couple of weeks ago, the council tabled a resolution which would have affirmed Bridgewater as a welcoming community. If Bridgewater is truly a welcoming community, and one of the arguments was that we already are, it would seem to me that we would pass the flag resolutions without even a moment's notice. We would just do it because we're welcoming. There's no harm, as someone else mentioned tonight, only positives. We have an ordinance to control which flags come before us and which flags will fly in front of the town. One of the things that brought me to this podium tonight, I hadn't especially planned ahead of time, was that someone used the word special interest. That we're flying flags of special interest groups. It is not a special interest to be a member of an LGBTQ community or the Black and Indigenous people of color. That is who they are. They are human beings, and they are members of those groups because of who they are. It's not like signing up for Lions Club or something else, no offense to the Lions. It's who they are, and they have been discriminated against throughout American history. And to take a moment to raise a flag to help us remember the stress that they go through and to help them feel more welcome in our town should simply be done without really much thought and much opposition. So I hope that you will move those resolutions along tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam.
Good evening, Ashley Mallard, 270 Grange Park. I'd like to address something I really haven't heard people acknowledge yet, is the shocking number that was presented out of nowhere on Friday. and my phone started blowing up and I was homesick, which didn't exactly help me rest anymore. And that number was shocking to me because I knew the school number was coming out with 6, because I've sat at every meeting. We made it vocal to you guys, and everyone had stood here and asked for it over and over again. We knew we talked about roads being an issue in town, but to ask for $2 million on roads before we fix the water mains, why would we throw in money? We've talked about this actually at these meetings. Why would we throw in money? I'm just a little confused on the program of like how we're gonna roll this out. So I'd like some clarification on that. Plus a lot of what was put out was related to debt exclusions on the roads. So I'm just curious as to the reasoning behind that $2 million. The additional cuts for FY26 are a little confusing to me, if it can be explained more, because I believe the original offer to the school systems was 4.67, and then I think the shortfall is like you're going to cut into, if you can give the 4.67, you're going to cut into services in town, which clearly I don't want to see, but I don't want the town to lose the opportunity to vote on this override. And this number overall is too high. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, we're adding another $2 million. And when I look at that line item of specifics that are being asked for, I think you put in some extra. And I fear that there's a temptation to put in some extra to make this too big to swallow, as one gentleman said one day. And you cannot miss the opportunity to support these kids who have stood before you today and are the few that are going to go in our future. And I say this because someone asked, where's the 5-year plan? I keep seeing it online. Someone brought it up today. It is unbelievably hard to predict the growth of special needs services in this community, because every time you keep underfunding the school system, you keep creating a situation where a teacher can't provide that extra service in the lower grades to help a kid get off of those extra service needs, okay? So we're actually making it more expensive for us every single time we delay supporting the school systems and lowering class sizes. Additionally, because if we think about the importance of supporting smaller class sizes and lower grades, I just want to give you an understanding that when we finally see, and I cannot confirm as a union person or anything, exactly what these numbers are going to be at the high school, but there hasn't been a presentation on that of where the cuts are going to be. Just based on my knowledge and based on the past 2005 issue is that you might end up with severe cuts at the high school. I could be teaching anywhere from 175 to 200 students. We keep hearing about this 30, but you need to remember teachers at the high school teach 5 classes. We're talking maybe classrooms of 50 kids inside of the lecture hall. You're talking cuts of whole departments. I have people sitting in the back, they'll all lose their job. The whole department maybe. Okay, this has to be realistically approached with a serious number that allows the people in this town to actually be able to do this.
Thank you, Ashley.
Good evening. Rachel King. I am a Rainham resident, and I'm requesting authorization to speak as a member of the Bridgewater-Rainham School Committee.
I'll make that motion to
I'll
waive our
second that.
rules.
And second, Mr. Eagles. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I just thought it was important for me to be here and speak and let you know on behalf of the school committee and the budget subcommittee, which I am the chair of, we are making a commitment that we will be open and transparent as we have been through this budget system cycle with you to give you what you need for documentation, for what our plans are as we go forward. As you can see, we've had people at your meetings and we've had them at our meetings throughout this whole cycle. The community is very concerned about class size. We're concerned about class size. We're also concerned about special education compliance and the offerings what we're able to offer our students. Year over year, Mr. Powers, our superintendent, had given us a chart. Year over year, the past 10 years, every year consistently, we have added 100 students, and yet our staffing levels has only increased by 5 staff in those 10 years. So we are not keeping up with staffing and class size. And in addition to that, compounding the problem, We have grown to 40% of our students right now currently are high needs, so they're low income, they have housing insecurity, they have English language learners, they have special education needs. All of those students are in our classrooms, and we're trying to provide services to them and be compliant. And with the current levels of staffing that we have, we're not giving them what they need and what they deserve. We're certainly not doing that for all of our students and our staff. And every day our staff is giving 110%, but we need more. And this whole budget cycle, when we went through, the 4.67% increase would be devastating, and at least a 20% cut across the board of our staff, in addition to curriculum, instruction, everything else. When I presented March 12th our proposed budget that the budget subcommittee was giving forward as a reasonable and fiscally responsible level services, just turning the page and keeping things status quo, that was a 15% increase just with all of our cost drivers. That would have even needed an override, and that would not give the public anything in return for an override. This threshold that we offered is, yes, a 22% increase, and it is a big, we understand we are 50% of your budget, but that is what we need right now to lower class size, to ensure compliance with special education, to expand offerings at our high school level and middle school. That is our bare minimum need right now to give our students and our staff what we need and what we deserve. So we struggled over this budget, and we understand it is a big number for the community and for the town council to look at, but it is what we need right now, and we will support you in any way that we can, but it's really at a level where we can't put forth anything lower than that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rachel. Anybody else like to come up and speak? Nope.
Hi. Christine Banky, 36 Magnolia Way, Bridgewater. I just wanted to come up here quickly and speak on behalf of the 6,000 students that we're representing. It's not just us. We're the parents of these students. There are 6,000 voices that are not being heard, that need to have their needs being met. And it's very clear from the school budget, or from the school committee standpoint, that we need an override to move forward, to create an arena for these kids to move forward and progress through their educational career successfully. So with that said, I am in favor of an override.
Thank you, Christine. Anybody else? I see someone. Oh, a couple people walking up. There, wait. Go ahead.
I didn't want to step on anyone.
Yeah.
Kelsey Pickering, 40 Paul Joseph Lane, and I too am in support of a needed override to be to be put to vote to support the students, school district in my community. And I actually was just thinking of this over here. I received a message from my son's teacher on Friday, and I just, I'll pull it up really quick. So he's in 4th grade at the Williams, and she said, I just want to give a shout out to the class because they all worked so hard today. Every single child participated, completed their work, and was kind to their peers. Great day. That's the first time I think I have ever seen a message like that this year. I think that, you know, it was great to read, but that should be happening every single day in every single classroom. So my child, he's in an IEP, so he gets extra help, and he's very behind. He was a kindergartner during 2020, and then he just has learning disabilities. And then I have another child who's on a 504 for ADHD and has other needs as well. And so with 2 children of my own, along with many people behind me, we need the support in the classroom. And reading that message, I was just blown away that this is how she feels on one day, you know, to send a message to all of the parents. I commend our teachers. They're amazing, but I hope that there's more days like this in the future, and I support an override.
Thank you very much. Come on up.
Hello, Chrissy Mixto, 26 Magnolia Way. So
Just to start off, I am totally in favor of an override. I have a third grader at the Williams, and she is in a class size of 33. During parent-teacher conferences, I was allowed 10 minutes to speak with the teacher, and that was, 1 minute to walk in, sit down, have greetings, and jump right into iReady scores and discuss everything that needs to be discussed. And then after I left, I was like, geez, I wonder if my daughter actually gets 10 minutes a day in instruction, like one-on-one. And I've noticed more and more paperwork that's coming home unfinished. And I asked her why, and she said, oh, well, that's just, sort of like busy work that they are doing, probably when the teacher's trying to focus on other kids because there's 33 kids. So I guess I also, appreciate everyone else's opinion around taxes and sort of unchecked spending. That's not something that I would support either, but I just feel like we have kicked this can too far. And it's time to act, and it's unacceptable. And what's going to happen is people will leave, people will not buy homes here, they will look at the sad state of the school system, and everybody's home values will go down. So yeah, maybe taxes will be less because your property values will be less. So I just really hope that everybody considers that. I hope that we can see a better vision for what's going to happen over the next 5 years, because as the school committee member said, the growth is not slowing down. And if we do not, continue to support the needs of special education, et cetera, all you do is snowball that problem, because with large class sizes, they can't support it. It's even happened with my daughter. She's a struggling reader, and they pulled her out of class. She had, special one-on-one attention. The minute she got up to where she needed to be, oh, next kid that's doing more poorly takes her spot. So thank you for the time. I really hope that we get this done. Come on, Bridgewater, let's do it.
Thank you.
My name is Erin Ellis. I live at 760 North Street. I am here as a town resident. I am here as a mom of 3 kids in the Bridgewater Raynham schools. I am also here as a teacher at the Williams Intermediate School. I have 3 kids. My daughter spoke earlier, 7th grader. I have a 5th grader. And then I am terrified because I have a kindergartner. Well, he will be in kindergarten in the fall. And I hear that he is going to be in a class of upwards of 37 5-year-olds. I don't know if you've ever been around 37 5-year-olds at one time. That is overwhelming, just being in a room with them, and then you're trying to teach them how to read, and you're trying to teach them how to work with each other, and you are traveling from one place to another. I am scared to send him to kindergarten with that many students. And then on behalf of the teachers of the Williams School that I work at, you heard earlier that there's a 3rd grade class of 38. I actually teach that class. I'm a specialist. I teach 3rd and 4th grade library and technology. So 3 days a week, I have 38 students, 3rd graders, 8 and 9-year-olds that come in. They do come in with an aide, which is helpful, but it is just not feasible to have that many students in one class. And we're just doing library and technology. That doesn't include math and ELA and all of the things that are really important and are tested in MCAS. So I just urge that we let the members of our town decide whether or not this override should go through, and please just put the vote there for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody else? Nope, someone walking up on the left.
Dr. Michael Thomas, 72 Magnolia Way. I'm in favor of the override, but what I would want you to do for the citizens of the town, and probably should have been done earlier, is each department to give a line item description of where their money is going, how much to each department, where it's going to be spent, and to break it down and not to start to group it into other services or essential items, but to break those down also, so people can see exactly where the money's going. And I think that would give a lot of trust to the boards, the different departments, with the town's people, and they may be more in favor of doing an override if it has to come up again. But you got to lay it out for them, decide what is critical for the town at this point, what can be put aside, what really needs to be done. And like they have said, to build a strong town, you need to have good schools, because if people will leave, no people will come in if the town schools are in disrepair. And the word does get around very quickly these days. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? MJ?
Just a reminder, everyone, this thing does lower. No, I didn't. Mr. President, members of the council, residents in attendance, good evening. I'm going to wear a couple of hats tonight. First, I'm going to wear the hat I wear as chair of the Finance Committee.
Name and address, please.
Oh, yes. MJ Spagone, 5 Lakeshore Center. Pretty much rote memorization at this point. I apologize. First item of clarification. We had the discussion about that CPC item regarding the $13,000 book. Just to give a little bit of clarification, under Massachusetts general law, the Community Preservation Act allows for 4 specific types of community preservation. That $13,000 line item request is actually a part of the funds that we receive from tax collections as part of the CPA surcharge on our real estate taxes. So it is not revenue coming out of the general fund, it is actually coming out of a specific bucket from the CPC. So there is no issue there. The other item I had heard a resident question about is when does a project that is being constructed get reflected on the taxes? That typically happens when a project is completed. Case in point, municipality I previously worked in, they had built a whole new police station. The building was completed, I believe, in fiscal year 2022, but it wouldn't be reflected on their real estate taxes at least until, at the earliest, FY24, because you have to go through each of those tax cycles. So for the school and for the fire department, I suspect they probably won't be reflected or built into the real estate taxes for at least probably FY28, FY29. However, I will leave that to the finance department to give a better clarification on when it will actually come on, since I'm not privy to the timetables for either of those projects, just giving a guesstimate. The other question about information relating to the budget, I have in my hands some materials that was given to me this evening relating to the budget, the general fund operating budget, the enterprise fund operating budget, and the presentation that I believe Ms. Robinson will be providing to us tonight, and also some statistics provided by the Data Analytics and Resource Bureau from the Division of Local Services, a good group of people I know up at DOR, and they're very good at what they do. There's some analytical data that relates to the override with the figure that is put out there as a possible figure. The general fund budget will give you a lot of the information that folks are looking for as it relates to line items and what each line item is and how much is in each line item. I strongly encourage you, Mr. President, through you to the town manager, please make sure these materials are on the town website in an area that is very conspicuously posted so that folks can download them and review them at their own leisure. As it relates to the Finance Committee, I would like to note that we would encourage people to be in attendance in our meetings. While I am still struggling to get more than a minimum of 5 quorum, I would still appreciate residents from the community either watching or listening to the meeting. You will learn a good general deal about municipal finance, and if anything, you'll get some answers to some questions that I will certainly ask, and also some knowledge I shall impart in my experience. The other part is to the students and the parents, hear you loud and clear. And to the folks who are of the LGBTQ community, I myself am a member. I am proud of who I am. I look forward to seeing the pride flag raising in June. Hopefully, if I even have a chance to speak, I would like to. But as that community member, I hear everyone. I appreciate their advocacy. We remain visible. We will not go away. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, MJ. Anybody else like to come up and speak? Okay. There'll be a moment, there'll be a chance at the end of the meeting to speak as well. So thank you to all those that came up. We appreciate. Okay. Let's see what we got for time. 8:39. Well, let's just, all right. You need a 2-minute recess? All right. All right. Why don't you just take? We got to go to appointments.
Yeah, I want to be here for that.
Okay. Just have a request from a counselor to just take a quick 2-minute break after that, and then we'll come right back to get started with the rest of the agenda. Yeah, I'll be back in 2. Okay. All right, everyone. Can I have everyone's attention? We're going to call the meeting back to order. Get back to our agenda. Next up, we have appointments. First appointment we have is a Board of Registrar reappointment of Christina Porter. This was a request from the Republican Town Committee to reappoint Christina Porter to the Board of Registrars. Do I have a motion to approve? Ms. Strigels, a second? Second. Mr. Chase, any discussion on the appointment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the appointment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Debbie wasn't there either.
Oh, I'm sorry. The appointment of Christina Porter. Next up, we have appointment to the DEIB Committee of Ashley Hanson Brown for 2025-2026. Do I have a motion for approval? Ms. Strigels, a second by Mr. Chase. Any discussion on the appointment?
Yes, just clarification. I wasn't able to have it in my packet. There was a problem with it. We're supposed to get the information in the resume. This just says resume as a PDF. It doesn't have it. I will vote on it to move it forward, but I'm going to insist going forward that we have the materials we have. And I also don't think addresses need to be redacted because these are public bodies that people are getting appointed to, and all of our addresses are public, and I think all addresses should be public.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lindy. Any other discussion?
What is the DEIB committee?
Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Subcommittee.
Okay, I just haven't seen them meet recently, so I was just curious.
It's belong. The B is
And belong, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the appointment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, we do not have any hearings this evening or licensed transactions. We will jump to presentations, and we have Mr. Bob Cormier here to have a presentation on the Broad Street project. Mr. Cormier, go ahead and get set, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Just give me a second here to get set up. Yep. Leave it to my wife to walk in at the start of a presentation. Thank you, darling. Okay, we're up. Everybody hear me okay? All right, good. Hour and 45 minutes. I almost killed the battery in my computer, but we're glad to be here. So thank you, council, members of the community. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here. I'm well aware of the weight of the agenda tonight, so I'm going to try to make this very quick, but also be thorough. I'm Bob Cormier. I'm going to be speaking about the redevelopment project at 70 to 86 Broad Street, which is fondly known as the Friendlies Assemblage. So just quick agenda, introduction to the team. We're going to get right into the tax increment financing, which I know a lot of people are curious to hear, and then get into the project redesign, which I think is equally as important, and then touch on the community and economic development. So just quickly on my background. So I'm Bob Cormier. I'm a partner on the project. I'm born and raised here. My grandfather was a selectman in the 70s. Henry, very happy to see the Purple Heart Month. He was a Purple Heart recipient. I'm raising my 3 daughters here with my wife, Courtney, who's a teacher in the district. And over the past decade, I've bought, sold, developed, represented a variety of different verticals in real estate. This project's personal to me. This, like many people in this room, this is memories of Bob's Breakfast, or for some, maybe Enzo's or the Broad Street Tavern. It's going to Friendlies after Badgers games. That's all been reduced to graffiti, vacancy, and quite frankly, an embarrassment in the center of our community. And that's why I've spent the last 18 months trying to turn over every stone to correct that. So I'd be remiss to not acknowledge the cross-functional team here. I think this team is what I would consider best in class. And it took every bit of their expertise to get the project as far as it has at this quality on a very, very challenging site. One point to call out here, One member of our architectural team from JTA and one member of our civil engineering team, they're both Bridgewater residents. We had 2 residents on this project, and their commitment shined through 7 days a week when we're working late nights on Sundays, trying to make the seemingly impossible happen. And I just want to acknowledge them. They're invested in this community just as much as they're invested in this project. So let's get right into the proposed tax agreement. So it's tax increment financing, or tax improvement financing, the TIF. I'm fully aware that a TIF may not be a familiar concept to the council, certainly not to the public. So just bear with me. I'm going to try to break it down to its most simple form here. So what is a TIF? A TIF, or tax increment financing, it's also known as tax improvement financing. It's an investment made by a town or city in partnership with the developer to really make historically challenging sites viable for redevelopment. The purpose of a TIF is threefold. First is to encourage growth. There are many towns that have examples of these sites or buildings that are deteriorating, usually because of owner neglect or unique site conditions. It's the realities of financing. It's a whole host of things, but this project site really is the perfect storm. And there are clear reasons why it's been vacant for 20 years. The more we get into it, the more clear those reasons are. The baseline for any development in today's market, it's called the debt service coverage ratio. For any development financing, it's critical that we understand this. It's the DSCR. Very simply, all that is a ratio comparing the net income of the property to the debt that you owe. Okay, so it's, in simple terms, how much income is that property going to generate divided by your monthly debt. That number as a baseline to have a conversation today is 1.25. So what that means is a lending institution is requiring basically a 25% insurance policy that you're going to be able to pay them back on a monthly basis. That number used to be 1.1, 1.15 pre-COVID. Then here comes commercial loan defaults. Here comes retail and office space vacancies. Here comes spiking interest rates. A whole host of factors. When you then couple that with spiking construction costs, that number becomes very, very difficult to meet. And then when you put that on an extremely challenging site with unique soil conditions, unique topography, and frankly in a town that has connection fees and permit fees that also make it unviable, it's the perfect storm. A TIF is one mechanism to help address that. And I appreciate some of the comments that we heard tonight, but I will disagree. A TIF and a DIF should not be spoken about in the same sentence. They achieve 2 very different things. And a DIF does not help address this problem of an unviable site for redevelopment. The second thing a DIF does that a TIF doesn't is it requires debt from the community. You're going to hear me say 1,000 times, and I will fight this to the death, a TIF is not costing us anything. And I will prove that to you hopefully in the next hour and a half, 15 minutes or so. So that's the reason for a TIF primarily. Second, it increases total tax revenue. There's a misconception that the TIF will cost us money. It does not. What it does is make a site viable for redevelopment where it's very unlikely without it, and immediately create new revenue streams. And at the end of the TIF period, the town benefits from the increased tax revenue at the new assessed value, essentially forever, in perpetuity. And I want to be very clear on our intention here as a development team. We're trying to build a high-quality building with top-tier management, with top-tier maintenance, and own it for a lifetime. This is not a build and sell. This is very atypical of today's development strategy because it's so difficult to build and hold a property. This is not a smash and grab. I believe this project will be an economic engine for downtown for decades, and I can't understand how it can be seen any other way once we get through this proposal. And lastly, is to boost economic activity. Again, a TIF enables projects that bring new businesses, they create new jobs, which I'll get into, and they support existing businesses downtown that we all know we need. They're targeting development areas where there's not a lot of activity. We need to create critical mass downtown, and that's what this is going to do. So how does the TIF work? So in its current state, a property generates a certain amount of real estate tax. The parcels in this proposal generate just over $14,000. And I'm going to get very specific into the numbers, but this is just a high level. A developer then invests and improves that property and increases the assessed value. Tax increment or tax improvement financing is an abatement on only the improved value of that property for a very specific period of time. TIFs are anywhere from 5 to 20 years typically, sometimes as long as 25, and up to and including 100% tax abatement. Those are more common than you think. We're asking for nowhere near that. So this proposed TIF is a 15-year period that increases revenue immediately and exponentially in the long run. And over the next few slides, I'm going to get very specific into the numbers. I just want to address some comments that I've heard too. One comment I've heard is, we're setting a precedent for other developers. TIFs do not set a legal precedent. We can obviously consult with our town lawyer on that, but there's case law to support it in the same way that variances do not set a legal precedent like a court ruling or legislation would. The TIF is evaluated on an individual project. This individual project is before you now on its impact to the community, the challenges with this particular development site, the number of jobs it's going to create. You have to look at this holistically. Giving a TIF on one project does not set a legal precedent to have to give a TIF to somebody else. That's a fact that I want to clear up. Another comment is that TIFs aren't for residential development. It's unequivocally false, so much so that the state has actually created specialized guidelines specific for TIF redevelopment. Let's keep in mind this is mixed use, so we are bringing businesses, creating jobs. That's the most important part of this project to me. But there are residential TIFs, and they're rampant. Another comment is you can't show me an example of a TIF that's 15 years for residential. Again, this is mixed use, but let's just play that game. There are several. One to note, Framingham. They approved a 15-year TIF on an entirely residential development. It's a $5.9 million tax abatement, bringing no business, bringing no economic development, strictly residential. The reason for that is they had a historically blighted site in the center of their town that was an eyesore that nobody could figure out how to finance. This is what I'm trying to say about what a TIF is. This TIF is mild compared to what is, and I can give you plenty more examples, but I would encourage you to research it on your own. So I'll show this slide again, but I want to begin with the end in mind. This is the financial impact of the TIF as proposed. Very simply, we're asking to generate an 833% increase in revenue at year 15 and a 2,285% increase in revenue at year 30. Again, the comments that this proposal is costing the town money, I cannot get behind. I do understand the perception of a tax break, certainly, but we can't count money we don't have. And this site has shown time and time again for 2 decades that it is not viable for redevelopment without a TIF. We need to be bold enough to try something different. Nothing changes if nothing changes. There are TIFs that are net losses for towns. I can certainly admit that, and that's not what we're doing here. So let's get into the granular detail. I know this is a bit of an eye chart, but this is the agreement in its most detailed form. So like I said, we're needing a 15-year TIF at the abatement in the TIF tax column that you see here. As mentioned, many TIFs are longer term, and they're also 100% abatement on the improved assessed value, meaning the tax paid would equal the current tax for the entire period. We're proposing a 26% increase over that existing tax. I want to make sure we understand that. A typical TIF would pay the current tax rate, that first column that you see there. We're proactively proposing a 26% increase for 15 years because these figures are not arbitrary. This is careful analysis, constant conversations with lenders. Their job is to challenge our debt service coverage ratio. This is consistent, in-depth, complex analysis. Very detailed cost down initiatives from a construction standpoint. An iterative process, trying to strip as many efficiencies as we can out of this project without sacrificing quality. We're not asking for more than we need to make this viable at the level of quality that you'll see in a few minutes. So from there, from year 16 on, the property is taxed at the assessed value at that time. We're projecting out what we think is conservatively the value of the property at year 15. It's likely going to be much higher, I think. I believe in the growth of this town. That's why I'm going to the wall for this. This is just based on moderate growth of 2.5% a year. If during that time, if we raise residential tax rates, if we raise commercial tax rates, then we pay that rate at that time. So this is a very conservative estimate in the long run. I've seen comments that the proposal is asking for $300,000 or a $350,000 annual abatement. I can see where that came from because in the order, you'll see a $31 million investment. That's true. It's $27 million in construction costs. There's another $500 to $700K in ancillaries, and then we have our land acquisition of about 2.3. This is a $31 million investment in our community. Property taxes are based on assessed values. It's a very different thing, okay? My development partner here, Churchill James, they just finished a building. It's typically about 50% of the construction costs in today's environment, believe it or not. When you sell your house, you could sell it for quite a bit more than what your assessed value is going to be. This is the same thing here. So based on assessed values of comparable properties, valuations, appraisals from the bank, and again, these are very detailed analysis coming from the bank to underwrite our loan. It's $175,000 annually, and it actually starts at $164,000. That's the abatement, and that's a key piece of the underwriting process. And again, these aren't arbitrary numbers. We've been fighting, we've been living, we've been breathing this for 18 months, and this is the investment from the town that I speak of. So that's the property tax piece. And also important, what it does is it dramatically increases overall revenue. So as you can see on day one, this is a property that generates $14,000 annually. It's abysmal. It's less than my house. We're going to generate $773,000 in 2 checks for permit and utility fees on this site. Additionally, you'll generate supplemental revenue streams back at the town from excise tax and meals tax that are significantly more than the existing property tax revenue. I've heard this revenue isn't guaranteed. By definition, it isn't. But I think you'll see in the project update how committed I am to make this happen. I'm willing to stand behind it. I'll sum this up again on the next slide, but it's very obvious to me, and hopefully it's obvious to you, that the overall revenue will dramatically increase with this proposal. Another major factor is new job creation. It's not quantified here. I don't know how to quantify that to revenue, but this project is going to create an estimated 50 new jobs in town, coming to town to work here, to pay taxes here, to spend their money here, and support the existing businesses in town as well. This is the agreement in full transparency, and it's as simple as I can break it down for you. So this slide should look familiar, and hopefully it makes more sense now that you've seen the detail. Again, current conditions, $14,000 annually. Proposed conditions at year one are $105,000 annually. If you include the permit and utility fees, that's a $2.1 million increase, and that's at year 15. At year 30, it's a $7.7 million increase, and that's conservative. Can you imagine if I could show a person or a company this investment and that ROI? It doesn't exist. They're not available. This is only available through a TIF to create this level of revenue to a community like ours that has a site that needs it. I just mentioned the annual abatement is $175,000 a year on average as proposed to the 15 years. It's about $2.6 million in a 15-year period. Again, when you compare that to other TIFs, particularly mixed use, it is very mild. That's what I mean when I say this is an investment by the town. And it's really not an investment because it's money that we don't generate today and certainly won't without a TIF for a project that's proposed of this quality. When I say it costs us nothing, I'm not talking about future opportunity costs. I mean real, tangible, accounts payable cost. And I will continue to challenge anybody to show me when and where the town writes a check with this proposal. The town is cashing a check at every turn to the tune of a $7.7 million increase in revenue. And then we're redeveloping a blighted site by a group of people that wants to be here and drive businesses downtown. That's what this TIF is accomplishing. And this is just the same TIF proposal in graphical form. I look at these numbers for 18 months straight. Sometimes I need to see a pretty picture, but to help understand, I mean, you can clearly see the current revenue isn't even registering on this scale. This is the impact of what this TIF is. So let's transition into the project itself. Before we do, just to level set over the last 8 weeks. So following our Zoning Board of Appeals hearing on the initial proposal, we took the feedback both positive and negative from the public, from the ZBA, from the planning board, from CED, from the building department. We've taken that all in very serious consideration. And frankly, we've worked 7 days a week over the last 8 weeks. And we submitted on April the 3rd. We submitted a completed project redesign, and that conforms to all technical and design elements within the form-based code. So the project itself, it consists of 77 residential units, primarily 1 bedroom, and 6,300 square feet of commercial and retail space across 3 buildings. The likely residents here could be anyone from young professionals that are both commuting or working from home, BSU employees and grad students, to seniors who may have just sold their 30-year home. I had the sweetest couple last night at the Greyhound who happens to be in a butter to the property, and they're senior citizens. And before they left, they made it a point to come up and say, can you help me sell my house so I can move into one of your beautiful 2 bedrooms? That warmed my heart because this is the type of development that's going to serve every member of our community. And I don't like putting bubbles or brackets around who could be potential tenants here. This is a high quality, versatile development that's going to serve members of our community. BSU is actually willing to market this project for their adjunct professor recruiting, just to give you an idea of how versatile it is. The project is entirely parked on site. It has dedicated fitness and lounge and co-working spaces. There's premium landscape, hardscape, and lighting packages. Of note, the bowling alley at 60 Broad Street, it's not included in this initial submission, but it will be addressed separately. And once we get this off the ground, we will renovate that building versus knocking it down and going 4 stories up. I know I've heard that. We're not doing that. That's very important to me. I know it's an eyesore, but that building has the potential to be beautiful and something special, and I just don't want to tear that down. I also want to remind everybody, Churchill James, my partner here, they're an amazing group, and they're also a hospitality company. They have a dozen successful restaurants. They have multiple hotels. We will bring an amazing restaurant concept here, and likely more than one. And most importantly, as I mentioned, this project, it does conform to all aspects of zoning requirements. It does not require any variances or special permits. That was the resounding feedback that I got at the first submission through the ZBA, which I can certainly understand. So since that ZBA hearing and the initial submission, we've decreased the number of bedrooms by 16% from 120 to 101. Everyone wanted less density, which I can completely understand. We increased the commercial space by 10% from 5,700 to 6,300. Everyone wanted more commercial space, which I understand. And we've conformed to all zoning requirements. And we've entirely redesigned the exterior. That's what we're going to get to next. I just need to, a little parched. I've been talking for 72 hours straight, so if my voice goes, I'm sorry. So here's the updated design. I know everyone's really looking forward to this, and I'm very excited about this. We took public comment into account. We re-examined the design standards of the frontage buildings that are in the form-based code. We were very intentional at making these changes. I spent hours and hours and hours going back at previous public meeting recordings, looking at all the public comment through every forum, including social media, and I think we did as much as we possibly could here. So as you can see, the project now incorporates mansard roof lines to pull in that historic feel. It has a significant amount of brick accents on the facade that tie into some of the buildings heading south on Broad Street and around the Common. The landscaping lighting design is top tier. We're even looking at brick inlays in the sidewalks. I would like to use Stiles and Hart brick just to kind of pay tribute. We're going to have roughly 900 linear feet of landscape stone walls on the site, particularly on the north side. The ground floor commercial space in these buildings has expansive ceilings. There's outdoor space dedicated in the rear, beautiful glass storefronts, accent awnings, and all of that should be very attractive to commercial tenants. And tying this back into the TIF on the commercial standpoint, part of the funds are allocated to allow some sort of tenant improvement credit for this commercial space. It's tight as is, but you have to understand what the reality is. What business is going to come here and spend $1 million on a 3,000 square foot build out to make a beautiful retail space? We have to charge them a price per foot in our pro forma. I have to be able to offer some sort of tenant improvement to make sure that we don't necessarily have a great track record of sustaining businesses in this area. I need to make sure that they know that we're investing in them as well. It's a very important piece of any commercial development. So speaking of the commercial tenants, we're far too early here to expect commitment from any tenants, obviously. I don't know how this is going to go. We don't have a building permit. But I will comment on the targeting strategy and of what we're trying to achieve, and also the very positive conversations I've had so far. This is the most important part of this project to me. Let me be very clear. The goal is to target a taproom brewery in the front left building that you see there. So again, it's kind of basically the whole street frontage down Broad Street. In addition to a counter-serve food collective. Think like a mini food hall, brewery, food collective with common seating. In the right building, something like an artisanal market or an old school general store or a mercado, something that has a cafe, carry-away breakfast, lunch items, boutique and artisanal goods. I think they would do very, very well here. And then the space in the rear, it also has commercial space in the ground floor, and the goal there is wellness focused. Think Pilates, a nice gym, physical therapy, something along those lines. Ideally, the peak hours in one space would be the kind of the morning and lunch crowd, and then the afternoon, evening in the other space. The goal is to have businesses that feed off and complement each other, and they're not repetitive to the businesses that we have downtown. This would be much easier for me to break up 3,000 square feet and, you know, nail salon, tattoo parlor, pizza shop. That's why those exist. It's simple for the developer. I'm not doing that. Again, to be very clear, I'm only engaging with high-quality businesses that are committing to serving and growing within our community in the long run. And if I can't find that, I'm going to go on record now and say I'll self-develop our own concepts here. I believe in this community. I believe in this project that much. I can feel my wife burning a hole through the back of my head that I just said that right now, but I mean it. And that's her penance for walking in at the start of my presentation. So, but I really do believe in this community. I've spent the last 18 months trying to make this happen, and I will continue to risk it if we can't find tenants that we, as a community, feel sufficient. But I don't think we're going to have to worry about that. So I hope you're happy with this design. I really believe this will create an economic boom for other businesses to follow. I think that's a really important point. We have to create critical mass downtown, create a reason for folks to spend time down there, come back, spend their money. There's a reason I reserved the Greyhound Tavern last night, right? That's an owner that should be worried about competition across the street. He's the biggest supporter because he understands critical mass. You need mass down there. You need to give people a reason to come down. That's what I think this does. And frankly, when it does, that's going to incentivize someone like him to reinvest in his business, to build that building up, to make renovations, because he has a future here. So that's the project. Now let's get into the kind of economic and community impact. Obviously, I spoke to the economic impact of the TIF, but they're summarized again here. As I mentioned, we're 70% one bedrooms. I won't speak to other projects. That was very important to me, to have mostly one bedrooms. The other piece is the impact to emergency services. The fire and police department, they've been kept updated as plans have been developed. The expected impact to the departments using available benchmark data and the average call cost is about $25,000. The fire department in particular they were consulted in great detail as we developed, particularly the second concept. We have strategic hydrants placed on the site. We have external access, direct access to fire rooms and sprinkler rooms. There are things that are very uncommon in existing buildings that we're incorporating here at a significant cost, but it's to ensure the highest level of safety on this site. And again, that was very important to me. So this is just kind of the last section here. And obviously, there are factors to consider with any development. If you've been awake over the last few months, you've heard the same concerns from the same folks: water, traffic, schools, impact. I completely agree. I firmly believe any new development needs to be evaluated through these lenses, so let's just address them head on. Starting with water. So this isn't my place to comment. I'm not an engineer. I don't claim to be a subject matter expert, but I will comment on the available public data and the water that we expect this project to have. I think there's a misconception on the demand that a project of this scale, which is fairly small, is actually going to demand. This project at completion is expected to demand just under 15,000 gallons a day. That's on the high end. The low end is 11,475 gallons a day. That's water demand and wastewater. It's the same calculation. But what does this mean comparatively? So we have an average daily demand of 1.57 million gallons per day in 2024. I know there were drought times. I know there were times where that demand was higher, but that's the factual average. This is against the daily withdrawal limit of 1.98 million. If you've listened to the DPW presentations or have read the Environmental Partners Report, we have a path to get there with wells 5 and 9A, I believe, in very short order. And even at today's limit, the difference between our average withdrawal rate and that DP limit is 400,000 gallons a day. That's in comparison to, on the high end, our 15,000 gallons a day of demand. It's roughly 3.75% of our available capacity. It's 0.95% of the 24 average. It's 0.75% of the current DEP limit. Furthermore, we have to remember that this development, even if we were to say yes today, 2.5 years is what this build is going to be. It's a very clear project timeline and a path to get there to even increase our DEP withdrawal limit over 1.98. So let's just keep that in mind. I just think a major misconception is the scale of this development and how much water it's actually going to demand, 3.75%. And again, I'm not an expert. This is just the data that I've had the ability to see. This is how I interpret it, and we've supplied all of the necessary information in our submission, and we're going to leave it to the professionals to make a decision. Another concern is traffic. So this is pulling directly from the Route 18 corridor study. This was published in October of 2023. The average daily traffic at this location was 4,377 vehicles. That's ADT. This is actually a reduction. It's a 6% reduction in the same studied location in 2015. Shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. It feels like there's more cars on the road, but there actually aren't. Given the scale of this development, if every vehicle parked on site came and went each day, it would be a less than 2% increase to that number. Mixed-use development does not drive exponential traffic volume. Large-scale retail does, but by every measure of the data, by every professional opinion, the impact of this scale of development is almost immeasurable. It's less than 2% on the traffic impact. This is not a traffic volume problem, it's a traffic flow problem. I'm not saying put a roundabout in front of Just Desserts. Again, that's not my job. I'm just saying make very logical, small, incremental improvements. Work on the signal timing. There's going to be, whether we want to believe it or not, there's going to be more and more vacant stores at the Just Desserts building. That building's in shambles. The parking along that building might not be needed in the short term. Make a right-hand turn lane to access Main Street. These are very simple things that are going to improve traffic flow and decrease the backup. This is not a traffic volume problem, and the data clearly says that. Sorry, still parched. All right, so lastly, and most importantly in my mind, is the impact to the school district. Given the state the district is in, any new development needs to consider its overall impact to the schools as a primary measure. This is independent of your position on the override, and I'm going to speak specifically to this project. So the well-established data, it's on average 7.7 school-age children per 100 one-bedroom units. Okay, that's the starting point. It's the baseline average. That number decreases as area median income increases. Bridgewater's AMI is 27% above the national average. Knock that number down. That number decreases when the residential component is connected to or abutting a commercial component, i.e., that number is lower in mixed-use development that we're talking about here. That number further decreases with new construction versus existing construction 5 years or more. Knock that down again. That number further decreases when the residential location is in a downtown area close to a main road versus the outskirts. By every measure of the data, we are minimizing the impact of schools here. This was very, very critical to me. I would not be standing up here if I didn't believe that. Given the data, I'm projecting 4 to 6 school-age children from pre-K to 12, and I think I'm being generous there. That's less than a 4-lot subdivision statistically, with maybe a fifth of the tax revenue generated and no commercial component. I'm not tone deaf to the fact that I'm on the same agenda as a significant override. I've never been good at timing, nor have I ever cared. This is independent of this project. I hope I've demonstrated this is a net positive income in terms of revenue, but there is the optics, and I completely understand that. This impacts my wife directly. She's a teacher in the district. It impacts my fixed income mom that still lives in the house I grew up in. Certainly impacts my kids. The reality is not all development is created equal. We need to expand revenue streams strategically, and I certainly wouldn't be here, standing here, if it was. So I hope that clears that up. So that concludes the presentation. Let me close with this. I truly hope this level of detail and transparency was helpful. I'm working tirelessly to engage from all angles here, whether it's countless one-on-one meeting requests, phone calls. I'm responding on social media as much as I can. I held an open community forum last night at the Greyhound. Great civil discourse, great turnout. I appreciate those folks showing up so much to have a discussion. That's the Bridgewater that I love, and it's not always reflected in what you see on social media, and I greatly appreciate them. But I'm asking you as the council to take a very objective look at what's being proposed here. And what it is that it's a tax increment financing agreement that enables a project to be built at the level of quality that I just showed you by a development team that wants to be here and make this an economic driver for decades. It's bringing new businesses that we want to be here. It costs the town exactly nothing in outbound expenses, and I hope that was clearly demonstrated. And it drives a revenue increase of almost 24x. It prioritizes one bedrooms, it minimizes the impact on schools, and it's been completely redesigned per the public feedback. The last thing I'll say here, this project has been well circulated since 2018 in the development community with 0 takers. There's very, very clear reasons for that. Every developer that I spoke to, with the exception of Churchill James, to potentially bring in on this project, they said the same thing. It's the same formula. It's 100 spec units. You have to stuff as many units as you can. You lose the bowling alley. You build it cheap. You build it fast. You get it rented quickly at below market rates. You stabilize it. You sell it to private equity. That's the model. I got involved here and took control of this because I will not allow that to happen. And we have to understand that that's the alternative. That would be a disaster for our community. My goal from the very beginning was to build something beautiful that minimized the amount of residential impact while still allowing us to make viable financing for beautiful retail space. That's exactly what we've done here. I have the perfect partner in Churchill James to do it. Let's just please remember, this site has been deteriorating for 20 years. 20 years. Nobody has lifted a finger to change its course the way we have in the last 18 months. We've listened to as much public feedback as we possibly can, and we've incorporated it, but I'm at my limit at this point of listening to the opinions of bystanders for 2 decades on this site. Please don't be a bystander. Take a different approach. Be bold. Do something now. I have this at the finish line. I just need a little help. If there's ever a time, it's right now. Sorry for raising my voice, but that's all I have here. So we can do questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cormier. Yes, I'll open up to questions for the council. Ms. McGrath, go right ahead.
Thank you for the presentation, and I really like the change you had. It's really nice. There is a few questions, which I'm known to do, so.
I'd be disappointed.
The water. So you say we use 14,475 gallons per day, which doesn't sound bad, But if you look at it as a year, it's 5,268,900 gallons a year. In 15 years, it would be 79,033,500. So that way, you have a better understanding of how much water you'll be using.
Of course, yep.
You say the EMs, the fire, it's not going to be a meaningful burden. The thing is, the fire department just came not the other day. So I just want to show you some of the calls, because, I'm looking at your places having 178 people. So I'm doing the high end. You have 53, 53 apartments, right? 1 unit, so I'm putting 2 people in there. And on your 2 bedrooms, I'm putting 3 people in there. So I'm doing the high end of how much you're doing. So when the fire department came, the EMS calls in 2024 was 3,685. Their fire, they had 112 calls. False fire alarms, they had 638. So they had lockouts, they had wellness checks, investigations on the smoke alarms, and lift assistance. So the only thing you didn't check off was the police. So when the police came too, not too long ago. So on their 9/11 calls, they went from, in 2017, they had 5,921. Last year, they had 7,400 calls. Mental health calls went up to 135. And restraining and harassment and prevention, last year they had 37 and 18 violations. So I want to go over this revenue. This one that says the agreement, how much we'll pay each year.
Sure.
Okay, so the first year, you'll pay $14,276.
That's what it generates currently.
Okay.
Yep.
So I wanted to see how many houses would equal to that tax amount. So I took the $14,276 and divided by 2 homes. So each home, if they would pay $7,138. So what I'm trying to show is that only 2 homes worth of taxes that your development is paying in 1 year. So you have 178 residents. You have all that. And that tax that you pay in your first year will only equal 2 homes' taxes.
Just let me clarify that. So that 14,000 is what is generated today in
Right,
current
but in the
conditions.
3rd year, I looked in the 3rd year, you'll pay 15,150. So I'm going by your numbers.
No.
Right here.
Yeah, we can throw it back up. So the TIF tax column, the 3rd column, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th column, that's what the proposal is. Again,
Okay.
it's a 26% increase over the baseline. And then the rest of these figures are what enabling a development will also help generate. It's not property tax revenue, but it is taxable revenue.
So the current tax is the base value, right?
Correct.
So-
And we're assuming growth every year. Yeah.
So up there, you have 14 and something up the top.
Yes, that's the current tax.
So the next year, the current tax will be 1456?
We're just assuming 2.5%
Okay, well, that's
growth.
the base value you'll be paying on that.
No, so what we're proposing to pay is in the TIF tax column.
So
see
it's 20?
20, 24, 28,
Okay.
plus obviously the other revenue that it's generating.
Okay, so that'll be about 3 or 4 houses. So I'm just trying to look at the thing. The taxes that you're saving is only the
So I'm projecting 105. 105 a year is the revenue that we're going to bring, including excise
105
tax,
in
meals
taxes.
tax.
Yeah, but I'm only talking about taxes, because I'm looking at homes, so say 4 homes
Sure.
would equal the 20,000. So
Yep.
I'm just trying to compare the taxes
Yeah,
that.
I understand.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I can share the detailed analysis of how we got to those numbers for both police and fire. It's based on their current call volume, the types of properties that they're being called on, the type of property that we're building, and then their average cost per call. I was
Right,
present for
but
both
I
of
mean,
those.
I've lived in apartments, and fire department gets, called, they had 9/11s, things happen, people get in fights. Fire alarms go off because you're cooking something, you open it up, and they have to come. So I'm just showing that, I know you said it's not gonna cost us anything, but for those 15 years, we'll be covering those costs of the police, the fire, and all that, because I don't think those taxes will cover it.
I think we're going to, I respect your question for sure. I think we're going to generate far more than that.
Okay,
based on
so
the data.
the other thing is, how many lots are in your area?
How many lots?
Yeah.
4 parcels total.
4 parcels?
Where this initial submission is 3 parcels. It's excluding 60 Broad Street.
So I know some TIFs places, they request that it become a TIF district. Are you going to request that?
My understanding is it's already signified as an economic area, an economic development area.
So is that a TIF district?
It is.
It is. How big is that TIF district?
I'm not sure. I just know that site is considered.
Okay, so in Massachusetts, eminent domain is allowed in a TIF district. Would you be looking to taking a piece of the property, maybe for parking or any other reason?
Would I be looking to take any of the
Well,
property?
eminent domain in Massachusetts, if it's a TIF district, would you request the town to take, because I know you have no parking for your restaurant.
No.
Oh.
No. We parked this entire project on site as is now. Related to the bowling alley, I don't have anything signed, but I will tell you I'm actively working on it. If you haven't figured out yet, I'm fairly relentless. I'm very confident we're going to be able to supply the
No,
parking.
I met with you, so I did see, but there are roadblocks there, so that's,
Yep.
just because a TIF I just wanted to know if you're gonna do eminent domain.
Eminent
that's all.
domain? I don't think
I
have that
request
ability.
it, no, I mean request it, because it's allowed.
Well, I just learned something. I didn't know we could do that. So.
Okay, so because the restaurant is going to be in that district, then you'll save TIF taxes on building on the restaurant too, right? No, you won't?
No, we're not going to ask for a TIF on the restaurant.
Okay, how will you finance the TIF? By bonds? Through your investment company?
Yeah, so we're going to need to obviously bond the entire development. It's
What
gonna
kind
be
of bond?
A significant check. We're not there yet. Obviously, we don't.
Would you go like for a general obligation bond?
I don't want to answer yet. I'd rather talk to the. I will follow up with you though and give you the right answer.
Okay. So when I met with you, you were asking for 30 years, and now you're asking 15. So I know that TIFs can be renewed or extended. Would you ask for more?
No, I never asked for 30. Just for clarification,
No,
I
I mean,
wanted
when
to.
I met with you, you had it on your power.
Yeah, it still is, and I showed 30. The point
Okay.
of showing 30 is I want to show the drastic increase in revenue at year 16.
Okay.
This has always been a 15-year TIF, and I'll reiterate the same point. These aren't arbitrary numbers where I was just seeing which way the wind's blowing. This is exactly what we need to go get this financing. What I learned over the last 48 hours is what I should have done. I guess I'm not a good negotiator. I should have just asked for 20, and everybody would be okay with 15. I came to try to be very transparent of exactly what we need. My mistake, but
It's not a mistake. I'm just asking because the stuff I'm learning. So I'm just asking if you're going to extend or renew the TIF.
no, ma'am, we won't.
Do you know the estimate fair value of once it's completed?
Yeah, so we're projecting it'll be about $16 million. So that is, God, there's a whole host of inputs there. It's appraisals from the bank. They obviously do their own analysis. They need to know what it's going to be worth, considering they're funding quite a bit of it. There are comparables that you think of if, for instance, the valuation on the Perkins project is going to be about $40.2 million. That's their projection. We're a third of that, so I'm actually projecting probably a little high in the assessed value, but $16 million is what we're modeling, and that's what the bank's accepted.
So have you set an average rent? Do you know an average rent of like one of the rooms?
Yeah, so we're targeting $2,700 for a one-bedroom, $2,950 for the two bedrooms.
$2,950. Because I kind of looked at the Viva apartments to get an idea. Because
Ms. McGrath, I just want to open up to any other counselors here,
Okay,
just for the sake of time.
all right.
Thank you very much.
You know how to reach me anytime.
Mr. Lindy.
Okay, first of all, thank you for meeting with me and going over all of it on Sunday afternoon. Questions since then? I guess the big question is it 15 or nothing? If it was a shorter term?
Think about how to answer that. So you're basically saying without a TIF?
No, not without a TIF. I'm saying if it was a shorter period for the TIF.
Okay, I understand. 15 is the really important piece here. If I'm being completely transparent, the bank needs to see that debt service coverage ratio for a certain period of time and what we're cash flowing. Again, this is not arbitrary. I wish I could have gone back and started with 20, but I'm asking for what we need. I'm trying to be transparent and very efficient with our community. I live here. Like, I'm going to stay here. It's 15 is what it is. 15 is what it is, and that's why, again, probably what I should have done again is just done the full tax abatement like most TIFs, but we knew we had a little room there on an annual basis, so we increased what we're proposing by 26%. But yeah, to answer your question, it's 15 is, let's put it this way, I know that we can fund it if we get 15.
So I definitely wasn't being arbitrary. On the excise tax and the meals tax, how did you calculate that number? And I would like to make sure we fully vet it with our finance department to
Sure.
see that. Can you
Yeah.
give me any more detail on that?
Yeah, for sure. And without, I don't want to misspeak, but On the meals tax, at least, it's about $3 million in revenue at our meals tax, potentially in 2, maybe 3 restaurant spaces. I really didn't even include the bowling alley there. So that's probably grossly understated. Once that bowling alley gets out, it's modeled at $4.5 to $5 million of revenue that's not included here in meals tax. The excise tax, I was modeling it on a $25,000 to $30,000 vehicle. Again, these are, I know that sounds high. We have to remember that a 2022 Toyota Camry is worth that much at this point. What isn't factored in there, and I did take a second look at it, would be, something like if it was an older vehicle that's of high value and it knocks it down to 60%, even if that number is 10% high in some years, again, we're completely understating the meals tax that we're going to drive there. Neither of those columns are guaranteed. I called that out. I understand it, but I will go execute it. My thought here is, I've seen some other models that are using an $8,000 vehicle valuation. I don't even know if that car runs nowadays. Number 2, I'm also under the assumption that a high-end development with over-market condos is going to have a higher average vehicle cost, and maybe that's an incorrect assumption. But those are the assumptions that are coming. I'll show you the full breakdown.
Okay, and one more question. You talked very much so in our meeting about the permitting phase. National Grid is whatever National Grid is, or whatever utility companies are going to charge you to do that. The town charges permitting fees.
Correct.
How much?
$233. It's $233,000. The utility tie-in fees are over $500,000. Just another point. I know we talk a lot about we have such a low commercial tax rate. Why aren't new businesses coming in and building? It has nothing to do with the tax rate. It's those fees, those rates are insanely high. You could potentially get out of the ground in Boston cheaper, and it's then the question is why don't you? It's because the land acquisition cost is 10x. Yeah, it's almost $800,000 that a check will be written. Say we get a permit on June 1st, June 2nd, you'll have the check.
So if the town were to work with you on the permitting fees for the town and reduce that cost, could that be factored into the equation?
It could, but time still matters. So we're literally we're balancing that debt service coverage ratio over 15 years. What it could do is potentially if those fees came down, I'd really have to look at this. I don't want to say any definites. I'm just really thinking out loud right now. It's a very good question. What it could do is if those upfront fees came down, potentially the TIF tax per year could go up. But time is still very important. That's kind of the important part. But I'm willing to let's discuss it. I mean,
Any other comments from any councilors? Oh, Mr. Murphy.
I just have one quick comment. Comment and question. First off, thank you, Bob, for your willingness to sit down and speak with folks. I know you spent a lot of time with the counselors, and you held that forum last night. I've spent a significant amount of time with you understanding the project, and I'm a sponsor of the TIF, and I'll speak about that later when that comes up. But I do want to ask, just plain out, what if this doesn't pass, or what if this doesn't go through?
I purposefully have kind of avoided that in the presentation. A couple of reasons. But you asked, so I'll answer it truthfully. I do not want to come off as threatening by any means. That's not the purpose of this. The other reason is I believe this is such a home run and so obvious that I don't even want to consider it, but I'll answer the question. I mean, the way I think about this is it's 3 options. It's potentially I go back to the investors and they say, godforsaken town, you told us we would get out of our own way and it's not happening, pull the money out, sell the parcels. That could happen, probably unlikely. They could also say we're going to wait, we're going to raise it out and just sit on that lot until the tone changes. Also probably unlikely. These folks that are in this business and that invest in real estate development do not like their money to sit. That's been my greatest achievement over the last year, is keeping the funding here while nothing's happening. I think the third option, and probably the most likely, is what I mentioned earlier of what the alternative was of the other developers I talked to. They may go back and essentially say, build it fast, build it cheap, strip the brick out, fire it up, lower the rents, get it rented. This now becomes a smash and grab, which basically between 5 and 7 years we'd sell the building. I'll move, but that is quite literally what could happen here. Because the only way to do this, like I said, this is just it's just math. It's just arithmetic. I can understand you can be against the concept of a TIF, but you can't argue the math. The abatement that we're asking for is about $2.6 million. If you average, it's probably a little bit lower. essentially I'd have to pull that or more out of the project to be able to get the same financing. It is as lean as it's going to get with the quality that you saw. We didn't talk anything about the interior either. Everything in that interior of that building, these units, hardwood floors, high-end stone, high-end finishes everywhere. First thing I go is going to be floating vinyl floors, linoleum countertops. I want nothing to do with that, but a developer is going to say, or the investor is going to say, go do that because we're not going to own it for a decade. We're not going to own it for 50 years, which is the plan. So that's what I'm afraid of, to be honest, if I'm being completely transparent. But and the other piece of this is we've submitted a project that on the 3rd that complies 100% to the form-based code. So it's one of those things I can't even go back to them and say, well, we have roadblocks. No. That's the honest answer. But let's not go down that path, no, because I don't have control over it. If I had, one of the things I said last night, I don't have $2.3 million, right? And that surprised some people, which I can't understand. I grew up in a 900 square foot ranch on North Street. So that's the truth. But
Any other questions from any councilors? Mr. Loretti. Mr. Ellenberg, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cormier, and thank you for your presentation to me the other day. I only have one question, and that has to do, and I should say that in general, I think I favor this because we have a blight downtown, and it needs to be dealt with. And we don't have propositions coming to us all the time, so there's that. But my question is, what are you doing with the parking, the whole parking situation?
Yep. So the project as proposed, it has 100. What is required based on the amount of residents, the amount of commercial space we have, the types of businesses we want to put there. The parking requirement's 128 spots on site. We have 129, all on site. I have several opportunities for off-site for the parking code. What it allows for is an indefinite lease within 500 feet can be applied to your development. That's what I'm solving for. There are several. You can imagine one is the Walgreens lot. I've got to the head of that snake. I know what we need to do. May need some help, but I think we can pull that off. There are several options that can help solve that problem and honestly solve the downtown parking problem.
And can you just explain where in your whole plan the parking would be?
You mean the existing plan on site?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
So we can go back here really quick. Not a super clear picture, but the lines of the parking spots. So essentially, as you're coming into the property, heading north past 60 Broad Street, the old bowling alley, you'll enter. There's 2 ways in and out. All of these turn radiuses have more than enough space for the bucket trucks and things like that. And then you have your ADA parking spaces. That first kind of leg there is essentially all commercial for the street front. That's really what it's dedicated for. And then as you loop around the back of that larger residential building, that's the rest of the residential parking. And then that back building's on podium. So most of those residences are going to park underneath that building, not underground, on ground level, and then stories 2, 3, 4 of the residences. So that's another premium feature of that building is you kind of have covered parking, which is obviously big in our environment. So that's the parking plan there. The buildings are solar ready. They're also EV charger ready. So we're kind of planning for the future there.
Mr. Loretti.
Quick question. You kind of skimmed over, but I think it's important for people to understand. You mentioned tenant improvement or TA money, and as somebody who's built out commercial space for my own business, having TA money was really valuable to me because the landlord was investing in my business, and that was really important. I got a large sum of money, and I knew that he was looking to help me succeed. So can you just talk a little bit about the importance of having some cash set aside for attracting commercial tenants?
Yeah, for sure. And frankly, it's not only logical the way you just explained it, but it's required, again, from a bank. What we keep hearing over and over again is we don't want residential downtown. We just build retail, build commercial. If you were to walk into a bank and ask for a construction loan for a commercial space where you don't have a national tenant with a 15-year triple net lease, you're going to get laughed out of the building. I just explained what's happened after COVID. These banks are above their capacity. They've defaulted loans. They're not lending on commercial. To that end, when you do have significant commercial space, more than 6,000 square feet worth, they're going to want to know what's going on there. They're going to want to know that you can actually count that revenue that's in your pro forma from the rental of that space. If I walk in there and show them 0 tenant improvement or $25,000 of tenant improvement, they're going to know there's a pretty high likelihood that that's going to sit vacant, and they won't count that revenue. So part of the TIF, we're going to disperse it strategically depending on where it lands. Part of that will be to make sure that we have a valuable tenant improvement to bring higher end businesses that want to invest here. And exactly to your point, trying to prove to folks that we want your business to do well. This community is committed in your business to do well, and so is the developer. So that's the reason for tenant improvement. Frankly, it's the reason why a lot of commercial sites are sitting vacant nowadays, because nobody can afford that build out, rightfully so.
Thank you, Mr. Redding. Any further questions? Oh, go ahead, Ms. Striggles.
I've asked all of my questions to you over the last 18 months. This is more of a comment. We've known each other for a really long time. I'm proud of you. This has not been easy by any stretch of the imagination, and I think we're discounting the tenacity that is in you to make sure that our town is a better place. So I'm here to say thank you for your tenacity and your hard work, because I know for a fact in the business that we're both in, most other developers would have left. So thank you for believing in our town, thank you for believing in a project, and thank you for believing in our future.
Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Again, Mr. Cormier, thank you very much for your presentation, and we'll bring up that later in the agenda.
I'll be here with you till midnight. Thank you very much.
I think it's going to be midnight. All right, we're moving on. I don't believe we have a specific town manager's report because we're going to be jumping into the budget, so we'll forego that. There's no discussions. Any committee reports that any subcommittee wants to give?
Not a committee report, but Budget and Finance.
Can I have quiet in the audience, please?
Budget and Finance will meet on Monday. What time did we set, Deb? 7 p.m. with the Finance Committee. So just to get a lot of this stuff that we're going to refer later.
There's going to be a lot coming your way. Yeah.
7.
Any other committee reports?
Are there any other time scheduled for that, or is it just that one day so far?
Is that the next one scheduled? Is there any other meeting scheduled?
That's the next one scheduled. We'll talk at the next meeting about the next one.
Very good. Right. We will move forward to legislation for action. First up is Order OFY 25-042, transfer order CPC purchase and restoration of Samuel Edson's coroner's book. This was introduced on February 18th, and a second reading is tonight. This was recommended by Budget and Finance 3-0 to recommend at their 3/18 meeting, and Finance Committee voted 5-0 to recommend at their 3/24 meeting. Ms. Robinson, anything to add to this at all? Okay. And as mentioned before, I do believe this is being funded by CPC funds. So do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Mr. Chase, a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Murphy at least. Any further discussion on the item? Seeing none. Then I'll just need a vote for approval. All those in favor of approving, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. The second item, proposed zoning ordinance DFY 25-014, the zoning amendment for accessory dwelling units. We will postpone to the next meeting. The CED committee that met the other night to review this was unable to finish their hearing. So that's going to be rescheduled to Wednesday, 4/16, after a joint meeting with the planning board. So we'll finish that hearing and have a position for the council for the following meeting on the 22nd. We do not have any old business, so we will jump right to new business, and we've got a lot of new business to look at tonight. The first one will be Budget Order OFY 26-001, the FY 2026 Annual Town Budget. Again, we'll turn this now over to our Town Manager, Blythe Robinson, to go over a presentation regarding the budget.
I do have a question before we start. Is it possible to blow up some of the things, or are they going to be tiny print?
Yeah, I don't think it was difficult for them to
Really
do so.
hard to see.
Can you use the glasses I gave you? It does help. Well, it's going to be up on the screen, too. Have at it.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to present the operating budget for FY26, and I'm also going to cover the enterprise fund budgets very briefly at the end, so we can do them all together. I also wanted to tell you that to the gentleman who asked about the detailed budget, the full operating budget with a message, all 100 pages, you can find the link right from our homepage. And I would really encourage people to look at it because it's an incredible amount of detail for every department.
Closer to the microphone, Blythe, if
Sorry.
you could.
It's an incredible amount of detail for every department on exactly where every dollar's supposed to be spent. And I think that if people want to spend some time on it, they would really find it interesting to read. So jumping right into it, this first slide is our budget objectives. You saw those in they were in the resolution that the Council took up in November, and there are guiding principles for the budget each year. Maintaining and improving our services, promoting economic activity, preserving our buildings and critical services, making sure we use recurring revenues, that we budget for contingencies prudently, and we do our best to find grants to help offset costs. But with all of that, the message I'm going to try and tell you about tonight and leave you with is that even with all of that, this year is a watershed year for the community. Our revenues simply can't support the costs that we are facing. And it's not just because of schools. It's not just because of the BR schools. It's about all the school costs is one situation. But even if those were within our revenue estimates, the other costs that we face this year have meant that we've had to cut back in our expenses and our positions on the town side of the budget. And I would also tell you that we're not alone. I was in a meeting with a number of other area managers earlier today, and there are overrides in a number of communities. One's just failed in one community, but I'm seeing more than are typical. And so I would tell you that even with all the diligence that this town has used over the years to stay within our means, it's become unsustainable. So we'll talk about that a little bit more. So just to go over the process that you're aware of, you take up and pass the budget resolution in November, and then the Finance Department and I start looking at the sources and uses, and we give you that first level look February 1st. Then we really dig into it more. We provide guidance to our departments. We have joint meetings with other groups, and that leads to then very detailed meetings with all of our departments throughout March, checking state aid numbers, pension increases, health insurance, and those sorts of things. And that leads to the detailed budget you got on April 1st, and we're starting to talk about tonight. So I'm sorry this is hard to read, but like I say, I would encourage you to look at the budget book that's on the website. It's very high level of revenues on one side of the chart, expenses on the other, and the overall increase is 6.087%. That only includes, for the BR district, the amount of money that we can afford with what the revenue sharing process has been over the years. That increase is 4.67% because not every revenue that we get goes into that model, and Lori can back me up on that later if we have a specific question. But that sharing model is 4.67, and that's what's in this budget. The difference is that only covers about 1,500,000 or so, and the difference between that and 7.5 million is what the focus is of part of an override. So that's the big difference. But as I said earlier, that also still means that we've made cuts on the town side as well to achieve just this budget. So let's dig into revenues a little bit deeper. Here's a 5-year look at revenues for the town. And they have slowly increased over the years, mostly in the area of tax increases, but some of our other increases, other revenue sources such as state aid, local receipts and transfers have also slowly increased, but it's a modest change, which is typical of most communities of these days. So looking at it in a pie chart form, where does the town get most of its money? It does come from tax revenue from businesses and residents, 80%. And then the other three slices of the pie are fairly equal, made up of that state aid, local receipts, and other funding sources. So I want to look at each one of those sections individually. This is property tax revenue. And as you can see, this is from FY21 until projected next year. What we've done here is increase as we're allowed to each year, 2.5% over the year before. That will generate just over 1.4 million next year. And new growth, which development, as we just heard of, some that topic covered, we're projecting to be $500,000. I find that interesting because the last year that the town had the highest level was FY22, when it was 1.6 million, a little more than that. And as you can see, it's been coming down. Last year, it was, the recap sheet showed 963,000. This year, we can really only comfortably budget 500. From what we see with growth, any building permits that may result in new tax revenue, what we think is going to happen. And we need to be conservative about this because we don't want to pass a budget that inflates this and then we can't match it. So I would point that out to you. I'm not going to try and go into all the numbers here, but I want to point out just, in things that I think are critical for you to understand. So jumping into state aid, we use the governor's budget to plan each year. That has been a fairly reliable source of revenue, and typically the House and Senate sides of the legislature don't make significant changes, in part because they also have gotten into a process like we do of looking at revenues closely and seeing what they think the state can afford in the next year. I don't remember what the percentage is exactly of that year, but it impacts our unrestricted government aid. That's the number that generally goes up the most. I think it's 2 or 3%. Do you remember? 2% next year. And the other revenues that you see, state-owned land, public libraries, Chapter 70 are all formula-driven. The one that jumped out is not a big change, but it is in terms of total dollars, but veterans benefits with the HEROES Act, that will allow us to recover some of the exemptions that we are giving to veterans. And it jumps from 40 to 80,000 in the governor's budget next year. So I thought that was interesting. Looking at local receipts, these are the things that we collect directly. The biggest one for any community is motor vehicle excise. It's the top number. We are budgeting that at just over 3.9 million. That is an increase from last year. And the other revenues are changing by small amounts. As we do every year, we take a very conservative approach here to make sure that we are, again, not setting a budget that we can't meet. But even more importantly this year, the concern we have is seeing what's happening at other levels of government. Are those impacts going to impact us? This is probably the one way that it impacts us the most. If people decide they're not going to buy a new car or lease a new car, that can affect our motor vehicle excise. If the cost of goods to build a new home change significantly, building permit revenue might fall off. And so we're very careful about that. The second reason is that, and I'm going to talk about this later, as you all know, our capital expenditures to make a major repair to a building, buy a new police car, buy computers, those sorts of things are not covered in our operating budget. One of the key ways that we're able to fund that for ourselves as well as our BR school district is to conservatively budget our revenues. And so when they come in higher than we'd planned or our expenses are lower, that generates free cash that you've heard about. That goes into various funds. That is almost the only way, except for grants and maybe some other small amounts, that we can fund those really important things. And so we want to be careful here so we can plan for that future. And then there are other funding sources. This makes up about 6% of the revenue. The important one here has typically been and continues to be ambulance revenue. We have increased it by $84,000 next year. From what we bring in from ambulance billing, pays for some of the personnel costs in the fire department, the medical supplies we use, and we contract out the billing services because, frankly, billing companies do it better than and more effectively than we can. Those expenses all need to be paid for, and this helps balance those costs. The other one I thought was interesting is the golf course. The golf course was contracted out to a private firm to run in FY23, I believe. That has continued to bring in more revenue each year, and it's interesting to me that the debt on that will be paid off in the next 2 years, but even with the debt and the legacy costs for employees that we still have responsibility for with pensions, we're able to increase the revenue here by $200,000 for next year. So I know it's been a controversial project, but it is actually starting to really make a difference for the community. Lori and I just had a meeting with them recently. I think the number of rounds was 42,000. It sounds like a lot to me, but I haven't played golf in a very long time, so I don't know. Turning to the expense side, again, another really busy chart, but this is the very high level of all of the expenses for all of our areas of government and schools. Town side is on the top side of the chart. School and the related debt is on the bottom, and these are all the school districts. And so all told, that is $78 million. I noticed in looking at this chart that the general government increase over this whole period lagged behind the school costs, but that's typical. School costs tend to go up higher. This is not a surprise in my experience. And then the other part that we have to pay for that isn't always talked about is the state and county assessments. You've heard of the document called the cherry sheet. That's what the state sends out about telling you what the revenues are that they're going to provide and the costs. Well, we do have costs. We pay state assessments for various services and county assessments for things like that Plymouth County provides. State assessments might be mosquito control and MBTA. So they charge us for those, and then there's some other offsets that have to be planned for in our budget. So I wanted to show you those. So the whole budget, I want to start to talk about where it all goes. Overall, this pie chart tells you that 54% of our budget goes to all of our schools collectively, and the balance is the town side of the budget. Breaking it down further, if we just look at the town side of the budget, 82% of everything we spend is our people. That's really what we are. Whether it's police, fire, public works, people who work at town hall, what do we spend our money on? It is people and the services they provide. A very small part of the budget ends up being debt service, expenses, things that we need to buy to do our work, and then those state assessments is just 1%. And then this chart breaks it down one more step and says, okay, of all of the town salaries and wages, all those people, where does that money go? And the largest part of the pie is for public safety, police and fire. They're together just under $14 million. The next piece is the benefits for all employees, health insurance, life, retirement, those sorts of things that we are obligated to provide for any employee working more than 20 hours a week by state law. And then the smallest parts of the pie is everything else. General government, I would describe as people who work in this building generally. Public Works is just 4. Culture and Recreation and Health and Human Services are both small slices of the pie as well. Debt service, lots of questions about debt service, so here's yet another busy slide. But this gives you all in one place, all of the debt exclusions that we have, when they started, when they're paid off, what they're for, the bond amounts, and the debt in FY26. So whether they're within the levy or they're a debt exclusion, meaning that voters were asked, do they want to pay for debt to for the Bristol Plymouth Votech School or the fire station. Slightly different how they work, but they're all listed there, and those next year are almost $6.7 million. So this chart shows you slightly differently that on the left side you see within the levy limit several debt service items. You see the Elm Street diff that's been talked about a little bit, fire engine equipment from 2012, and the 2 golf course ones that I mentioned. And on the right side of the page, you see the debt exclusion payments for next year for things that were debt excluded. And as you can see, the fire station is on there. We're paying for it in FY25. We'll be continuing to pay for it in FY26. Lori's office calculated for us what the total amount added to the tax rate is for these. For total together in current year FY25, it's 91 cents on the tax rate. So the 1183 tax rate, 91 cents of that pays for debt. The projected amount for FY26 is $1.30. Some of those things like I think the current year the fire station is $500,000, and next year the payment is 1.4. So it has to go up a little bit. But as things get paid off, it comes down. So I'm not going to make this a talk on how debt works exactly, but those just some points to make. So what are our challenges this next year? As I mentioned, most of our budget is people. Salaries are 19 million and some change for the town side of the budget, and benefits are the balance, and those go towards health. Pension is up almost 13.8%. It's a fixed cost that we cannot avoid. We have workers' comp for employees, and for police and fire, their version of workers' comp is called 111F. On the other side of the chart are just a random sample of all the things that we buy. We don't spend much on expenses, but we do have them, like a residential budget. We pay for utilities, we buy gasoline, we fix our buildings. We do things that, homes don't do. We have animal control, ambulance billing. We contract out our janitorial services. We don't do it ourselves. And we have an annual financial audit. There's lots more expenses you can find in the budget document, but these are just things that I wanted to point out to you. Well, how many people do we have? In the last 2 years, last year and this year, we've had about 175. But as I mentioned at the beginning, in order to balance this budget, we had to make adjustments because we can't afford what we've had all along. And so we are dropping in this budget, whether an override passes or not, 6 positions next year. And I'll go into what those are a little bit later. So I wanted this slide because I think it's important to try to show in a graphic form that our costs, fixed costs mostly, have increased over what our revenue is. So our revenue overall is 6.087%. And so here's not all of our costs, but some of them for you to consider. Public safety's increase right now is less than that, which is good. We have BR in there at 4.67% because that's what's included in the budget. But actually what the certified budget is that we received from BR, if that bar was done in that way, would be about 22%. So I don't think it's hard for most folks, I hope it's not hard for most folks to understand that when your revenue is 6% and your increase is 22%, or with Bristol Agricultural, almost 54%, pensions almost 14%, it's just, the math doesn't work, right?
Blythe, let me just interrupt you for a second. It's a little bit after 10, so I just want to entertain a motion to extend our meeting beyond 10 o'clock.
I'll make the motion to extend the meeting beyond 10 o'clock.
Thank you. Second. Thank you, Ms. Ellenberg. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Please continue.
Thanks, I need a drink of water anyway. I'm not going to read this whole slide, but I just wanted to, for the record, let you know that we really go through a very diligent process to think about our revenues very carefully and make very careful decisions about what would be the right amount that the town can sustain. But also on the expense side, just because we've always bought what we've bought doesn't mean we should keep buying it exactly that way. And so we look carefully and we challenge our department heads about, do you really need what you need? Or if you've asked us for more, why is that? Is it just because a cost from a vendor is going up and we can't avoid it? Or can we think about doing something in a different way? Do we need all the hours that some positions have had? We cut back a position last year from 35 to 25 because we realized that there was a more efficient way to do the work. And so I'm not going to go into a lot of examples, but I just want to tell you that compared to some places I have worked over the years, I'm impressed by the amount of effort that goes into being really thoughtful about this because we know that every dollar counts to folks who are paying taxes for what we do for them. And we try to be very careful in negotiating our contracts. We're going to talk about those a little bit later to make sure that we're being fair and competitive in the marketplace for the people that we hire, but also fair to our residents who are paying for that. It's a balance that we work hard to strike. So what has the town done over the years? These aren't necessarily all this year, but they're things that the town has done over time. We contracted out animal control. It costs less and the service is better. That's great. We started sharing a conservation agent with the town of Halifax. We couldn't find a full-time person on our own, neither could they, so we teamed up, and it costs us a little bit more for a half-time, but it's worked out, and the Conservation Commission is thrilled. I mentioned the golf course earlier. That's paying dividends. Health insurance, it's a huge cost. And sitting with my peers earlier today, I heard some towns talking about paying 20% more. The town has looked around, joined this health group that has made some good decisions, and our increase is one of the lowest in the area. And then we review positions, as I mentioned earlier, and we count on our SAVE volunteers and hopefully our veterans volunteers. They make a difference in some of the things that we need to get done. Capital, I mentioned this earlier. This is just another busy slide that tells you what capital items are and that they are, as I said, not included in the budget. As you all know, you passed an order a couple months ago for $1.1 million for the town side. Earlier in the year, we passed one for the BR school district of about the same amount. Town side really should have spent about $5.8 million this year, and we couldn't do that. We also pushed off to other years some of those bigger costs. Roads, right? That's one that comes up a lot. We should be spending more, but we can't. And so that drives some of the things that we're going to talk about for an override. Just a quick slide on most of our employees are unionized, in case people didn't know, with 3-year contracts. That's typical. We have 6 unions. They're all listed here. 5 of them actually expired last June, and we've been negotiating ever since. We just reached a tentative agreement with the Bridgewater Administrative Association, and we'll be bringing that to you to consider in the next couple weeks, and we hope that sets the tone for what is affordable for the other unions and our budget for next year. And we're starting to talk with AFSCME, which represents our public works employees. So just wanted to give some slides about average tax bills and help people understand kind of how we measure up and what things are. This slide shows you on the for what's an average tax bill, home values in Bridgewater since 2020 and how they have increased from about $400,000 to $600,000. And that same period on the right-hand side of the slide showing taxes on that particular home going up from $5,800 to just over $7,000 this fiscal year. So, again, I think that that's a fairly typical increase. Every community is a little bit different, but that's just helps you understand what's happening here in town. And then this one shows you what's going on statewide. So home values have increased about the same difference perhaps on the statewide average from 500 to 7, so that's $200,000 spread as well. But overall, single-family tax bills average statewide are higher than Bridgewater. That number this year is $7,700, or about $700 more. And I love this slide. This takes the average tax bill this year of $7,027 and shows you how much goes to each major area. So public safety, that costs $1,324, but general government's $400. So it just helps people understand how much of everything where it goes this particular year. We also thought it was important to make sure that people understand about education costs and how that stacks up to that average tax bill. So average tax bill $7,000. The state tells us that in FY23, so this information is lagging a little bit, the average price per pupil expenditure was over $21,000. The lowest community in the state, I don't know who that was $11,000. The BR school district, from their budget of earlier this month, said the price is $16,122. So a home paying $7,000 does not cover one student in school. It's just data. So, and then just showing the information a slightly different way, here's if we took $1 of someone's taxes, this mirrors what we showed you earlier. 54% of the budget goes to education, so 54 cents. And then you can see the smaller pieces of the pie on the other side. Public safety, again, being second, benefits third, and so on. So this is a different slide that shows you Bridgewater spending per capita versus the state. And I think this is from FY24, Lori? Yeah, so it's, again, it's a little bit dated. But this was interesting to me that Bridgewater has been, you could argue, effective over the years. In FY24, we were lower than in every area, with really the exception of fire. And most impactful, and I think the school district understands this, education, we're lower by the biggest difference that you can see. And then one more look at this. The state also gives us information of what they consider our peer communities, and I'm sure we could have a interesting discussion about whether these really are our peers, but that's the data they show us. And so for the single-family tax bill, we fall, somewhat, I wouldn't say in the middle, but supposedly on the higher end, but there are towns that our average bill is higher. The Bridgewaters, our neighbors, are a little higher than we are. Anyway, just wanted to show it to you in a different way. So when we talk about the cuts on the town side, what are we talking about? These are positions that, for the most part, are ones we have not, that are vacant or about to be vacant for various reasons, and so we will not actually be laying anybody off, but these will not be able to be funded in order to meet the need. It's one firefighter paramedic, so that might impact service delivery or overtime costs. One police cadet. Police cadets are utilized to support the desk for 911 calls with the police officer who's already on the desk. That might mean needing to pull an officer in if there's a need off the road, perhaps, to help cover. So that is concerning. Public Works, loss of a mechanic and a laborer will impact our service delivery for everything that they do. We really should probably have a second building official in inspectional services, especially when building activity picks up, but we're eliminating that position. Also means that we don't have anyone to rely on when he is out or on vacation. That is challenging. Reducing the hours of the person in our office that supports all the boards and committees by 5 hours a week, and eliminating a position in the treasurer's office. We also looked hard at a number of expenses, and this is the list that we came up with. This total list adds up to about just over $300,000. And again, it's across the organization. It's a study that we thought was important to make sure we're being smart with what we're paying employees in the future. But it's building supplies, it's training materials, it's library books, it's taking care of our buildings. We don't, with the custodial services that we use, we clean buildings about twice a week. That maybe works okay in this building with, you know, the office space, but I can promise you it doesn't work well in the library and the COA, where you have very high foot traffic, usage, laboratories. It's not necessarily good. We wanted to increase it. We felt like we couldn't this year. So wanted to just talk for a second about how do we meet the challenges. On the left side of the screen gives you the kind of the 4 key ways that show you just what that project is, and I don't mean to say that We felt it was important to talk to you about the things that we felt the town should be considering. You've heard Chief Schlatt's talk about the need to fully fund an engine at Station 2. We have four shifts, so if you're going to add one person to 4 shifts, you get 4 people. That's how we come up with that number. For the police department, it is to, we really should have probably 52 to 55 police officers in a community of this size. A metric from a couple of years ago is you should have 2 officers for every 1,000 population. That would even be less than that. We have 45 right now. So I would argue that I would agree with the chief that we are behind. So not looking to get all the way there, but a police officer, 1 dedicated to school resource officer, 1 dedicated to internet crimes and those sorts of things is becoming a bigger problem, those sorts of positions. We're also noticing both in police and in council on aging, more a growing issue with folks who've got some challenges that where in some cases a public safety approach to a call isn't necessarily the right one for a person in crisis. We also see more people needing help through our council on aging. And we have an outreach worker and she's amazing, but she's not able to keep up with helping people with tough things they're going through or their families and their lives. So we've suggested both of those. Public Works has been a work in progress over the years, and we need to get there all the way, and that would include adding a deputy director, a position focusing on procurement and grants, and so on. Library's not open all the hours it should be to actually receive the state funds that we do. And it was surprising to me to understand that sometimes the library in that large building, there just might be 2 people on staff at one time on 3 floors. And so adding a librarian and assistant would make a difference to them meeting that threshold and being able to really meet the demand. They've got waiting lists for some of their programs, and we'd like to be able to help them achieve that. And then we've been making investments in parks, but we're not keeping up. We've got a 17-hour person overseeing all the parks that we have right now. And so adding 2 part-timers that would, or adding some hours would really help make a difference to that. So that's what makes that all up, and that's the $2 million number with salaries and benefits. Is this right at all, or at this number? We look forward to you debating in the future. And then on roads, so we have 107 miles of road that we're responsible in town, and the current overall rating for the good roads, the not so good roads, is a 63 or a D-. I bet you people would say to me, is it really a D- or is it less than a D-? Whatever. We've picked $2 million for the reasons that if we could mill and pave 5.7 miles a year, or do a full depth reclamation of 3.5 miles a year, or some combination of those, we believe that would, if that's spent every year, so if you raise the levy limit to have $2 million that we could dedicate year after year after year, we think we could raise the overall rating to an 85 or get it to a B. There are some caveats to that. That doesn't include our Chapter 90 allocation, which would be, right now it's $750,000. We're hoping with the governor's budget it will go to a little over $1 million. So we actually might be able to make more progress than that, or do other things like crack sealing a fairly new road that helps keep it in good shape longer. But paving costs go up over time. Some roads might need some drainage work. So those are things that might change those numbers a little bit. And of course, water and sewer upgrades might be needed on some streets. Those need to be paid by the water and sewer enterprise, and so we'd have to solve that puzzle, in a different budget. But it would help us start to make progress. Somebody asked earlier, well, why isn't this a debt exclusion? You can do roads through a debt exclusion, and you can simply decide to pay for them in your budget in an override. Either one is fine. It's what's right for the community. So this is an idea. And is this the right number for this year? Again, something to be discussed, but we wanted to put that out there for discussion. So what's it all going to cost, right? We've handed out some copies of this. The department, the DOR, has an amazing website and data, and we were able to plug in $10,758,000, and we decided to print, even though it's really difficult to read, or I need new glasses, for the average home, which is $593,000 this year. It would add $2.09 to the tax rate, and that cost to that home would be $1,241. Smaller home less, a larger home more. And whenever the council, if you decide on an override and you decide on a certain amount, we will be able to put a tax calculator on the website so people can plug in their exact amount and see exactly what it would cost for them. But this just gives you an idea of what this proposal would be if it were to go forward as it is. So, wrapped up the operating budget. Just one quick slide each on the enterprise fund budgets. This is water. Water is proposed to go up by a fairly actually small amount next year, 2.4%. That's good news. We've had some increases. And it's basically just expenses for salaries and the expenses to run the system. I will tell you that this will probably require a small rate increase, but we're keeping an eye on the future because we have a lot of work to do in water, and so unfortunately I would expect this will go up more in the future as we deal with the various wells and new sources and so on, but overall it's fairly reasonable for next year. Sewer enterprise is a different story. This budget is going up significantly because we are paying for the phase one of the treatment plant upgrades. That $43 million project, just the debt service alone next year is a 376% increase. That's a lot. The town has taken steps to try to mitigate that. That $43 million is really less when you take into account low-interest loans, loan forgiveness, and user fees. That's help paying for it. But we will have to look at a rate increase here, especially as we are going to be starting phase two of that project in later this year because we've got to meet that consent order, finish that work by the middle of 2031. So, and then ending on a high note, if you will, the transfer fund budget's scheduled to go down by 1%. We have made some investments this year in the equipment down there and be able to basically not change the rates and meet the needs of the transfer fund going forward. So I went through that fairly quickly. That's a lot of information, but happy to take any questions. But before I do, I really want to say thank you to Lori. In my short time, part-time here, I think I've picked up a few things, but this presentation would not have been possible without all her work. So she really deserves all the credit. I'm just the one standing at the microphone.
Thank you, Blythe. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Blythe, for the presentation. Again, thank you, Lori, for your hard work. I'll open up to questions from the councilors. Mr. Lindy, please go ahead.
Thank you very much to both of you for the hard work and the presentation. I appreciate the amount of detail. It's incredibly excellent. I'm sure we'll get more information in both budget and finance on the sewer rate increase. Any idea? Last year we did a 50% increase in sewer rates. I'm just curious what we're talking about.
I would say we don't know yet, but we're...
Okay. because if there's huge increase in costs in all likelihood, and only 33% of the town is on the sewer. And the
We well
projects-
understand.
Yeah, okay, so and the 100-page book that you're talking about, I would like to have access to that.
It's on the website.
I know, but I'd like.
You have it.
This is it? Oh, you mean the individual ones, the individual, okay. No, I thought it was a different document. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to need more than readers for that. It's really hard to read the stuff, and I got to figure out a way to blow it up, because it's impossible for me to do my job properly seeing those numbers so small. I'm going to ask for either a document that I can enlarge on a computer or an 11 by 17 document. You zoomed it on a PDF? Okay, thank you. That's all I have at the moment, but I'll do stuff in budget and finance.
Certainly. Any other councilors with any questions?
I have a question.
Ms. Ellenberg?
Yes, two things. First of all, the library, am I correct that we will lose sales accessibility with the limited hours? Is that so?
So what I understand from the director is that the state has been willing to overlook meeting the exact hours as long as you're within 90-something%. We have been within 90-something%, but if they change their mind and decide to hold everyone to 100, we could lose it. So that's why that drove the added positions, because that allows us to be able to staff it in order to meet that requirement.
I have another question, and that is, a constituent proposed the idea that the override various elements be presented as a menu on the ballot.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, for schools, for roads, and so on and so forth, versus the entire lump sum. How do you feel about that?
My feeling about my recommendation is that it should be one question, so it doesn't divide people on whether schools are more important versus roads versus other town services that they depend on.
All set?
That's all for...
Mr. Loretti?
With the rising healthcare costs, what's our current contribution for new hires?
New hires for non-union positions and employees on individual contracts, it's 75-25, and we have been working with our unions to try to achieve that same level for new hires as well.
And are those, do we know what kind of deductible or what kind of those plans are?
That I haven't memorized.
Okay, yeah, didn't expect you. I also had a question. Do we do sick time buybacks right now as part of benefits packages?
I think we've been working to remove those over time so that does not become a structural issue in the future.
Okay.
But I can get you more detail on that.
We do it for some.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've been working to eliminate it in most situations. Yeah.
Any other, Ms. McGrath,
I only
please?
have two, so you're easy on that one. Have you heard back from the prison that we got back any of that ambulance money that they owe us?
Yes, we had a good meeting with them, and what we learned was that they have 3 different entities that have been handling the billing, and that has been complicated. They didn't necessarily communicate to us exactly who we should be billing depending on the situation. We were also learned that we'd always been told to get the prisoner number in order to determine who the bill should go to, and the state has changed how that's handled. Just because we picked them up in one place doesn't mean that's where they should have been billed to. And so our billing company's working with that new data to try and make sure we true that up. And I think it will fairly well solve itself, but we don't have exact details yet. But we're on the way.
That's improvement, yeah. And the other thing, why did we stop giving out fishing and hunting license?
Got me on that one.
All right. What? Yeah, but we do marriage license and all kinds of stuff. I used to be able to get my fishing license at the town hall. You know what I mean?
And
So
my husband gets his hunting license online. He doesn't even go to town hall.
I have to go to Walmart, but I used to get it at the town hall, so we used to make revenue hunting and fishing.
All
Just
the things I
wondering.
learned, Mary, I forgot. I didn't get that
Yeah.
one.
All right.
Sorry.
That's okay.
All right. Any other questions from any counselors? All right. Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Robinson. So again, this is, we're looking to refer this to, obviously, Budget and Finance Committees. Do I have a motion to move to that?
I'll make that motion.
Seconded.
And second by Ms. Strigels. Any further discussion on that matter? All those in favor of sending to Budget and Finance Committee signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right. So again, next budget order up is OFY 26-002, FY 26 Water Enterprise Fund, as just reviewed by Ms. Robinson. Again, looking to refer this to Budget and Finance
So
Committees.
Seconded.
Yep, by Mr. Lundy and second by Ms. Strigels. Any further discussion on the matter? Seeing none, all those in favor of sending to Budget and Finance Committee signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next, we have Budget Order OFY 26-003, FY 26 Sewer Enterprise Fund, again, just reviewed by Ms. Robinson. Do I have a motion to move to Budget and Finance Committees?
So moved.
And second by Mr. Chase. Thank you. Any discussion on the matter? All those in favor of sending to Budget and Finance Committees signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next, we have Budget Order OFY 26-004, FY 26 Transfer Station Enterprise Fund, again, just reviewed by Ms. Robinson. I'll look for a motion to send to Budget and Finance Committees.
So moved.
Mr. Lindy, second by Mr. Chase. Any further discussion on the matter? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And next up, Budget Order OFY 26-005, authorization of revolving funds. Again, similar to the other orders, sending to Budget and Finance Committees. So motion to move. Thank you, Mr. Lindy. Second, Mr. Chase. Any further discussion on that item? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, next up, we have Order OFY 25-048, contract ratification for the new town manager. Looking to retain this at the council level, and as the council knows, we're still going over the specifics of that contract, which we'll review in executive session tonight. But just to begin the process, this would be the first reading. Do I have a motion just to maintain this
So
at the council
moved.
level? Thank you, Mr. Eagle. Second by Mr. Chase. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right. Next up, Order OFY 25-049, order approving a tax increment financing agreement for the development project of 786 Broad Street. Again, we're looking to send this to Budget and Finance Committees, but also to Community and Economic Development, because I think both are important to review this. Do I have a motion to send to those committees? By Mr. Chase. Second for
Second.
discussion. Ms. Strigels, yes, for discussion. Go ahead, Mr.
I'd
Lindy.
also like to see if we can refer it to planning board.
Well, what we're looking, well, we could do a joint committee with planning board and.
Yes.
Yep, we can add that because we've got one coming up next week.
Okay, thank you.
So
Does it
we'll-
require planning board approval? Sorry.
I'm not sure under what authority you could refer something to planning. They don't have any purview over it.
Oh.
You can refer it to finance committee because it's a matter that you have authority to refer.
Okay.
Or you can refer it to a committee of your own. But the
Not
planning
to-
board has nothing to do with the TIF, so.
Okay,
I don't think you have any authority to refer it to the planning board.
okay. Ms. Robinson?
I also wanted to ask that before it goes to those subcommittees, that staff has a chance to look at it. We need town council to review the order, want Public Works to look at the water and finance, so. And be able
Yes,
to
I've-
then advise your subcommittees.
Yes, I'd like to get opinions from Attorney Rollins, the CED department, as well as DPW on the item if possible.
So if that's what you're looking for, I would ask for specific questions.
Okay,
So that you can get specific answers, because it's hard to guess what the questions actually are on the TIF. So,
okay. Okay.
to try to answer those correctly.
Okay.
So on that point, since we have budget and finance on Monday, we need more time than that. It would have to be on an agenda. When can we conceivably?
Well, we gotta figure out what the questions are.
As far as just reviewing the numbers, again, I'm looking to try and get this done before our next meeting. I don't know if you have time to set up if you want to do it in the one meeting or set up a second meeting before our next meeting. But that would be for you to discuss at your committee meeting.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Loretti.
Yes, so it's my understanding that once the council approves this, that it will go to Attorney Rollins for his oversight in drafting the final agreement. So do we need to involve, not that we don't want you involved, but do we need you involved earlier in that process?
I think we should potentially get his feedback on it before we even, entertain it, before we even vote on it as a council. So I'd like to see if we can have that review. Yeah, if we have specific
I
questions.
think you take the normal course of each counselor may have a specific question about it that they'd like to ask me.
Mhm.
And then, obviously, it goes through the town manager, and then I would address it based on what I'm advised to address on, but yeah,
Okay.
certainly.
Okay. Mr. Murphy.
Just because it seems like a council concern, do we have to refer to budget and finance? Can we keep it at the council level?
Based on the numbers, I think it just should be reviewed by the Budget and Finance Committee. And then come back with a, dispensation on that situation. But I just feel the timing is of the essence. I would like to see this reviewed before our 22nd meeting, if possible.
Yep.
Okay. So going back to the vote of a motion, a second to send to Budget and Finance and then just CED committees. We had a motion and a second, I believe. Any further discussion on sending it to those committees?
I'm with Paul. I think we should just keep this at a council level.
Okay, well.
Call for a vote.
Yeah,
Call for a vote.
We'll
Roll
do it.
call.
Can I ask a question? Why would you want to keep it rather than we can talk to the finance committee? I mean, so we can get information about it. I mean, we just saw that presentation, what the taxes, all the taxes that go. So, I mean, that's important if we're not going to get enough taxes. I mean, we just saw the presentation where all the tax money goes. So I wouldn't want to make such a big decision without someone that has finances background about should we go forward if it's financed by a general obligated bond. Are we have to pay if it goes underwater? I mean, there's questions I'd like to ask.
Yeah, I'm totally with you, and I agree.
And
That's
only
why
finance can answer those.
That's why I want to keep it at the finance level, because I want to work with our departments and town manager and attorney
Right.
to ask those questions. I'm not on the finance committee, but I want to ask those questions.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm asking it to stay at the council level.
It still does have to be referred to the finance committee. I want to be clear about
Sorry,
that.
budget and finance.
Yeah, it
Excuse me.
absolutely, you all can choose to keep it at the council level for your purposes, but under the charter, it absolutely has to be referred to the finance committee. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Just the finance, not budget and finance?
We can.
So you're never obligated to refer out to subcommittees.
Yeah.
That's up to the council to vote on.
Well, I
But
made
the charter would absolutely require that this be reviewed by the finance committee. So I just want to be clear on that.
Okay.
I made a motion, and I'd like to have a roll
No.
call vote on it.
Well, that's fine, and we had a second on that. So if we want, we can have a roll call vote on sending this to Budget and Finance committees as well as the CED committee.
You ready?
Yes.
Mr. Loretti?
Yes.
Ms. Ellenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Dr. Perry?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Mr. Chase?
Yes.
Ms. Striggles?
Yes.
And Ms. McGrath?
Yes.
8 in favor, 0 opposed.
Okay, so we'll be sending that to Budget and Finance committees as well as the CED committee, and again, hopefully to get a dispensation before our next meeting on the 22nd. All right, thank you very much. Order OFY 25-050, acceptance of a donation, Bridgewater Firefighters Association. And this was, keep going, this was submitted by the town manager, so I'll ask Ms. Robinson for a brief description.
It's a $142.40 donation for a purchase of American flag to be displayed on the common.
Very good. Thank you very much. So again, this to be referred to Budget and Finance Committees.
So moved.
Thank you. And a second, Mr. Chase. Any further discussion on the item? Seeing none, all those in favor of sending to Budget and Finance Committee signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next up, order OFY 25-051, transfer order of the flagpole. Again, I'll ask for the town manager for a brief description of this, please.
So the reason this is on here is because in order for the town to contract with anyone to do work, we need an appropriation for the work. In this particular case, there was an interest to have the flagpoles moved and ready by June 1st. In order to have that happen, we need to start shortly. So the original budget for this was about $20,000. We've had to make some adjustments to make sure that the flagpoles in the new location have the appropriate hardscape around them and the electrical work and so on, so it looks like they belong there. That price has risen to $23,000, and so we're asking for $25,000 just in case there's a change order that has to happen while we're under construction. We realize that there's a fundraising effort going on, and we're thrilled about that, but we don't know at this point how much it's going to raise. But if the town wants to have this in place, especially by this date, we need to appropriate the money from our one-time funds, our stabilization fund, in order to be able to pay for it. And then when those donations come in, they would go be deposited. You'd accept that donation, and it would go into the free cash at the end of the year. To the general fund. So I'm asking you to, this does need to be referred and pass on the 22nd. If there's a sense by, more than 4 of you that you're concerned about that and you don't want to go forward, I actually would prefer you table it. And if you want to wait until that fundraising can cover the whole thing, we certainly understand that. But we wouldn't be able to have this done for June 1st. So it's really a timing thing, which we'd have to do this anyway. And my understanding about the project was that we were hoping that fundraising would cover half of it. But I can't promise you that because I don't know the answer.
So just as an aside, I'll announce, so I've spoken with the fundraisers, and they've raised between $2,500 and $3,000 so far in that range. So they're working forward. They still have most of the rest of this month to continue the fundraising process. So hopefully the goal of $10,000 would be achieved. So again, we're looking just to send this at this point in time to Budget and Finance Committees for review. Do I have a motion to do so?
So moved.
By Mr. Lindy, second by Ms. Strigels. Any further discussion on the item? Seeing none. Question, Ms. Ellenberg.
So you say that they're intending to raise $10,000, so the taxpayers would still be on the line for $15,000, is that correct?
If the total cost is 25, that would be correct. If whatever the fundraising is, if it isn't 10, it isn't 10, and the taxpayers would need to pay the difference. But
Okay.
we just need to be able to get, if it goes through those 2 subcommittees and we've started work, it needs to pass on the 22nd because we'll be obligated for the cost. That's my only cautionary point.
Okay.
Mr. Loretta, question.
And you mentioned that you'd rather that we table it tonight if we have concerns about allocating these funds.
Correct, because we don't want to have the contractor start and have an obligation to them that we can't meet.
Okay.
I mean, if it's important to have it done by June 1st, we need to move forward. If you'd rather wait till fundraising is a different amount, that's fine. It's just a matter of it wouldn't be done for June 1st. That's all.
Well, in the spirit of waiting for more fundraising, I would motion the table.
Well, we have a motion
Second.
on the floor first to go ahead and send it to Budget and Finance Committees first. So we'll have to take that motion first.
And if that passes, then
It goes to Budget and Finance.
understood.
Committee. So that being said, all those in favor of sending to Budget and Finance Committees, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
1 nay. So motion carries to send to Budget and Finance Committees. Next up, Order OFY 25-052, acceptance of Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs MVP grant for Hanson Farm Conservation Restriction Purchase. Again, I'll refer to the town manager to give us an update on this, please.
So this grant is for $3 million from the state's municipal vulnerability program. Sorry, it's late. MVP program will cover the purchase price of the development rights for Hanson Farm. It needs to be matched by a 1% from the CPC funds, which you'll take up in a different order. The town council negotiated the purchase and sale for this last fall, and we have also negotiated the conservation restriction, which is also becoming in front of you tonight. So this is lining up so this project can be completed by June 30th when the grant sunsets. The goal is to have this approved by both council and the Conservation Commission this month, so that the other expenses we need to incur can happen in May and June, and we can pay for the purchase by the end of June.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Again, looking to refer this to Budget and Finance Committees.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Liddy. Second. Mr. Chase. Any further discussion on the item? Seeing none, all those in favor of sending to Budget and Finance Committee signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next up, Order OFY 25-053, acceptance of a grant, High Street Dam and Town River Restoration. Again, Ms. Robinson, for an update on this, please.
So the State Division of Ecological Restoration put out a grant opportunity to various communities. We were one of them because of the work at High Street for the Town River. And so we applied for and won an $11,000 grant to remove invasive species of material from the Town River riverbed. And so this project is ready to move forward and also needs to be completed by the end of June. So we're asking you to accept that grant.
Thank you very much. Motion to send this to Budget and Finance Committees.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Second by Mr. Eagles. Any further discussion on the item? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next up, Order OFY 25-054, transfer order conservation easement restriction for Hanson's Farm. So again, I'll refer to the town manager for this update.
So, sorry, good. So this transfer order is for the, to take up the recommendation by the CPC to fund that 1% match that the MVP grant requires. In this case, it's for $34,000. There are a couple of other expenses they would like to see incurred. The majority of the money is going to Wildlands Trust to co-hold the restriction with the town, as well as an environmental assessment, recording fees for the deed, legal expenses, and so on.
Thank you very much. Again, looking to send this to Budget and Finance Committees.
So moved.
By Mr.
Second.
Liddy, second by Ms. Ellenberg. Any further discussion on the item? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Next up is Order OFY 25-055, the Proposition 2.5 ballot question. Again, to start this process, we're looking to send to Budget and Finance Committees.
So moved.
By Mr. Lindy, second for discussion. Ms. Striggles. I will open to any discussion at this point in time. If any councils have, since you made the second, Mrs. Striggles, would you like to start with anything?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to address that I think all of us that are sitting on council have been using the word override for a few months now, probably longer than some might realize. But it has been a topic of conversation the minute we got that initial school budget with a 30% increase. And there's been a lot of work behind the scenes to make sure that the number that we were bringing to you, especially for the schools, was a little bit more palatable, but would also show improvement for the students. if we brought you a level funded override number, it wouldn't do anything but keep things the way that they are, and who wants to be taxed at a higher rate with no real result? So I just wanted to make that initial point that even with a level funded budget, as was stated, we would be having the same conversation and we would be getting nothing out of it. So I'm very happy that we're having the conversation, number one, out in the open. I was a little surprised by the number, but more so how it was broken down. So hopefully everyone understands that this is a first reading. It is a working number, and we're going to see what we can do about getting a number that feels like everyone in town has heard.
Thank you, Mr. Eagles. Mr. Murphy?
Yeah, just a couple of quick comments. I again have little faith referring this to the Budget and Finance Committee of the council. I wish it could stay here and be discussed as a full council, because I think this is a very serious impact to our town. I will say that I think the Budget and Finance Committee should consider the schools as the priority to this ballot question. That was the driving factor behind this appearing. I don't know when this number was decided on. I understand maybe a little bit more tonight on how we got there. I don't necessarily agree with it. I think our roads need a comprehensive plan of action, and I don't think $2 million is going to address it enough. I'd like to see a debt exclusion somewhere down the line when it's appropriate and can be done, so that we can address the roads more comprehensively. And so I would like to see that removed from this override at this time. And again, a full plan on how we're going to address those roads and fix those roads, because that's another critical need of this town. I would also say that I think the $700,000, $800,000 that was listed for town services should be closely looked at again. I don't believe those numbers are inflated. I just question again if now's the time where we need to fulfill all $800,000. I don't want this number to be unattainable, and I think $1,200 on people's tax bill is ridiculous. I don't think it needs to be that high. And I think we're losing the focus here with the schools by getting the number to where we're at. So those are my comments. That's how I'm going to look at it when it does come back to the council eventually. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Mr. Lindy?
So I think we have an obligation to the voters to be able to put it on the ballot. No question. They're the people that are our bosses. They get to decide. I do echo the comments of both my two fellow councilors, and I would like to post that meeting as a full council meeting, so my other councilors can also have input on that meeting before it comes back to us. So that would be my approach. I'd like to have more information. I do agree with Councilor Murphy on the roads. I think it's more a debt exclusion than an override. And I also, the general services number too. I'm going to look at all the details. I just want to fully vet it out and discuss it properly, and that's why I would like to see the council be available to be at that meeting. FinCom's going to be there too, so it's a lot less, it's explaining for everybody all in the same thing, and I would like to hold it in this room.
I would imagine that would probably be
because
appropriate.
we can't fit in the other room.
I would agree.
Then people are going to just have to come in public.
Yep. No, I would agree with that, Mr. Lenny. I think that would be appropriate. We'll make those arrangements through the council secretary. Ms. McGrath?
Yeah, I was surprised the first time I saw the amount of the override was when I got my packet on Friday. So I was surprised by that. I agree with what Paul says. We should look at the other stuff. This is just a suggestion. We might want to hold off on the vote until after we get our new town manager, because this is going to impact his job extremely. He's going to be here, say, July, 1st. We can continue, looking at this, but thinking about maybe waiting for him, because let him have a say in this too. I mean, the governor's budget doesn't come out until the end of July, and we could put the override on like at the end of July. You know what I mean? But at least have the town manager at least look at it and be a part of it, because he's going to be. It's not. This, I feel like I've gotten a lot of feedback that everyone feels this is rushed. I mean, even the councils have said here, we didn't even have a heads up on the amount. So, I mean, what's a little bit longer?
Yeah. I'll address it with a final comment in just a little bit, so I'll,
Okay.
again, take that comment and just let other counselors speak. Any other counselors want to make comment?
I have a question.
Ms. Ellenberg?
Is there a time, what is the deadline that we have to have our budget finalized, including the override question?
That's two separate questions, so we vote on the budget as presented, and then we would vote separately on having an override vote.
Budget is the 6th, right, of May?
Off the top of my head, yeah, I'm not sure, but after,
45 days.
45 days after it's produced. Mr. Loretti?
Yeah, I wrote my comments down because it's a little late and can't really rely on my brain right now. So just give me a moment, I'll read some comments. What I think what we're facing right now is not just a financial challenge, but also a governance issue. How we proceed with this override is going to set the tone for, I think, public trust, our fiscal responsibility, and how we all lead as a council. Tonight, an $11 million override, or on the budget, or rather the agenda on Friday, was presented with no prior strategic discussion by the council, no agenda preparation, and no long-term financial planning presented to support it. I believe it's fiscally irresponsible to do such a thing, and I think it undermines our role as a council and stewards of your taxpayer dollars to do such a thing. There's been no 5-year operating plan from the school committee or the town manager's office to show a sustainability for this plan. We cannot present a multi-million-dollar plan to our taxpayers without fulfilling our duty as counselors. As a legislative body, we are charged with fiscal oversight and budget adoption, and I call upon every member here to put forward their equal effort and equal responsibility to the residents that we serve. We have a Budget and Finance Committee who is specifically tasked with the duties pertaining to the town budget, and they have not had any involvement in this process up until this point, developing this very large number. We need a structured, public, and accountable process. I'm proposing that we discuss a clear timeline to evaluate the budget and what an appropriate override looks like as an aligned town council. I would propose a high-level roadmap, and I'll be brief on this because I know it's, again, getting late. We need to have biweekly work strategy sessions to review both the school and the town budget data. We need to obtain these 5-year financial forecasts. We need to engage our state representative, state senator, as they're advocating for us at the state level. We also need to host community input sessions. We need to ask our community what they want. We know we need roads, water, sewer, but what do they actually want? If they're going to be digging over $1,000 a year into their pocket, not only this year, but every single year, plus 2.5% year after year, we'd like to hear from them directly as to what they'd like. I'd like to see a third-party performance audit of operational efficiency on both sides. And finally, if we do find that an override is appropriate, we need to be able to communicate this in a public forum and really advocate for it so that people know what they're voting for. It's not about slowing things down. It's about doing what I think is right and what's honoring our duties under the charter. Some folks are going to say, and some of the councilors brought this up tonight, why not let people vote? Why not put it in front of the voters? I think that we should do that. But we need to do that in a responsible way after doing our homework and not just throw a number out there that's so large that it may fail. I do think that we throw out a number this big. If it passes, I think it's irresponsible. If it fails, I also think it's irresponsible to do such a thing. If we do this and rush it, I think we risk long-term damage to the credibility of the council and the trust of our taxpayers.
Thank you, Mr. Loretti. Mr. Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just feel that the degree of due diligence that Councilor Loretti has just suggested is perfectly fine as the time would allow. The time does not allow that. And we have to think first and foremost, we've already agreed that the primary driver behind the need for an override to begin with is first and foremost for the schools. And it's the school funding that we need to address primarily and first in order that we know for this coming fiscal year exactly what school funds are going to be available and what they'll cover. With respect to roads or other issues that are combined in the proposed override, that's an issue we can talk about, but I think that as our acting town manager had illustrated to us already this evening, with respect to roads, it is a systemic approach. He does have a comprehensive plan laid out because the funding would increase beyond just the immediate $2 million that we're looking at now. So I think that for a number of reasons, it's important for us to dig deeper and to get answers to questions, including answers from operational departments, perhaps. But frankly, I think that in terms of any kind of full-scale audit or leaving it for the incoming, we hope, town manager in, we hope, June, he's going to have plenty on his plate. We understand that. And he has the financial acumen to help us out. But ultimately, this is our decision. And that's exactly what the voters and the charter give to us here in this room tonight. So I think we really need to advance it. I don't think that giving it any substantial delay is going to be beneficial.
Thank you, Mr. Chase. Any other comments from any? Mr. Murphy?
Yeah, I just want to talk about that because I think, I don't know what the comments were about the past 3 months and not doing homework for counselors, but I've met with our state representative one-on-one. I've met with our state senator one-on-one to understand this, to gain information about this, and to advocate about this because I think it's a three-prong approach here. We need to keep going to the state and keep telling them our story. We need to improve our tax revenue responsibly, and we need this support here from the taxpayers in an override. That makes sense. The school committee has talked about this for 3 months, and they have made it clear what their ask is. I don't know about the other $4 million, $5 million or so. I could see that cut tomorrow. We'll deal with it somewhere down the line. But the schools are the priority. They've been kicked down the road long enough. And to pile this stuff on right now, I think is unacceptable. I think we're not doing our job. We're not fulfilling it. You heard the students here tonight speaking about it. It's unacceptable to let that go while we sit here and complain about not doing the homework or not doing the work. We've known this override is coming for 3 months. You're right, and our Budget and Finance Committee hasn't met about it. I think that's inexcusable that we don't have a plan. And we're all to blame for that, I suppose, but I don't understand why we would slow this down for the school committee, for the school funding itself. I can understand that for the remaining 4.5, but I will be insistent on pushing this forward for our schools.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Mr. Lindy?
Just a point of clarification, Budget and Finance doesn't deal with things until they're referred to them by the town council.
Yeah, I
We
think
can't
that's problematic, Mark, right? Why are we waiting 3 months?
Excuse me, let me
Mark,
finish.
Why are we waiting
Let
3
me
months
finish
to
my
deal with
point.
it?
Hold on.
Let me
Your point
finish
is
my
you haven't
point.
done anything about it. That's the point.
Order,
Excuse me.
please, order, please.
Mr. President, could you explain and clarify the role of the Budget and Finance Committee and how it operates?
We have items that are referred to those committees. They're not meeting individually just to review these things until they're presented in front of them. So
Thank you.
I would agree with Mr. Lindy. But again, as individual counselors, we're all doing our homework. We're all going to meetings. We're going to school committee meetings. These are, issues that are coming about, and, it's up to each individual counselor to do their homework. We're at the point now, again, Mr. Eagles, you want to comment? I'll save my comments for last, but I'll ask Mr. Eagles to head.
Yeah, I just wanted to also give the perspective. I've been working one-on-one with Select Woman Riley in Rainham to gauge the temperature in Rainham so that we aren't overshooting or undershooting, where we are promising things that we simply can't deliver on. And they have made it very clear during their select board meetings that they are calling for this topic to be at their annual town meeting on May 19th for their budgetary conversation, to bring it to a vote to their voters. So I also don't want to be the non-participatory party in all of this when it takes both towns to solve this problem, not just one. If we vote for it and they decide not to, we're all going to look at them like they're not helping and not solving the problem. If we do the same thing, the egg's on our face. So I do think, and I do value all of the counselor comments. I've put tremendous effort into not only understanding the number that the school committee needs, but to message how important it is to make things palatable to our constituents so that we can be successful. We were successful in a debt exclusion override for BP. Rainham was not. We need better messengers to ensure that things pass. So at the end of the day, when our partner in all of this is willing to hold their feet to the fire and put this to their voters, yes, they have a different form of government, but we have to do the same. We owe it to all of you to be able to exercise your vote. That is what you put us here to do, and that's what I believe.
Thank you. Ms. McGrath first.
Thank you, Mr. President. Paul, we were told that we were going to get 3 different overrides with different numbers. That's what I was told. And we have gone and watched Sonia with the group, Mark and Lindy and I, us 3 been there. We've supported her. So we know what the other side's been saying, Rainham. So Mark and I have been talking about, well, what each override that comes to us, what, how we're going to talk about it. But it never came to us. And the first thing we got is on the agenda. It's never been presented to us, though we talked about it, because we're expecting 3 different ones, just with the school, with the other. So we couldn't meet as a finance committee, but we did discuss it because we did attend the school meetings.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. Mr. Lindy?
So I just wanted to thank Councilor Reddy for bringing that up about the process and how it all goes, okay? Again, budget and finance, get something referred to it, we deal with it. I suggested a committee be created, an ad hoc committee with the school department, and as chair of budget and finance, I was conveniently left off that committee. So I think no counselor should disparage another counselor in public and be disrespectful to the point that Counselor Murphy was tonight.
Oh, it was easy for you to do last week, to me, wasn't it? When I was at a work
All right, guys,
conference?
let's keep this under control. Under order.
I said I was present for a meeting.
Okay. Let's keep this
You're out of
cordial.
order.
Let's keep this cordial, please. Mr. Lardy, please.
Just a quick comment, and I understand the formal process of being things referred over, and all due respect to the process, but I want to challenge all of us to lead as individuals and lead together. We should be working behind the scenes as much as possible doing this work. And I'm not saying anything poorly about you, Mark, for doing, by following the process, but I'd like to see more work from us behind the scenes. I want to see some more emails back and forth. I want to see just more hands-on leadership from each of us on this process, and not wait for things to come to us. Again,
You just got it dropped on us
Oh,
on Friday.
trust me, Mark. I'm
Didn't
saying I'm
get
not.
any information.
I'm not saying that you're not doing your job. I just am challenging all of us. We got to step up and we got to step forward. We got to do this work behind the scenes. We got to exchange emails back and forth, continue to meet, and just be proactive. That's all I'm saying.
Let's just be careful with the emails back and forth. That's open meeting law violations waiting to
I know.
happen.
Less than 5. 4 or
Individually.
less, guys.
Yeah, let's just be careful
All right,
with how we.
So let me just summarize discussion so we can move on with the rest of the agenda. Number one, as I spoke to in my annual town meeting, town address, I ultimately, and I agree with many things that Mr. Lardy is saying, I would like certainly more time to vet this out. I wanted an override to not only address the schools, but address town needs as well, to make it more of a community-wide vote, and address, multiple needs across, multiple levels. We are up against it as far as the time frame goes. If we don't have something on the ballot and approved by the end of June, funding would not apply for fiscal year 26 at the beginning of the year. If it carried on to later this year, then it would only address the back end of fiscal year 26 for regards to the schools. So again, this was put together through the town manager and myself just to get this on the meeting agenda. Again, setting up a working number. Again, this is just something to work from, again, to be vetted through the council and through the process. Again, maybe, Rainham is putting forward an override, just addressing the schools. Again, I felt it would be better to have a town-wide, at least a discussion on the different items that the town needs are, and whether we put them all forward now or none of them forward. That's up for us to decide and vote on. But based on the school's needs, this is what the priority of why we're talking a discussion of an override is mostly dealing with the schools. So I agree with Mr. Murphy on that. That is definitely the priority. But in order to gather enough town support for an override, obviously there's many residents and members of this community that do not have kids in the schools, thinking that if we address some town needs, again, we've heard the public state very clearly that they want to see improvements in roads and infrastructure. So again, this plan would address some of that situation. As presented tonight in the budget, cuts are being made to the tune of $750,000. adding that line item could restore those, those positions, so we're not going backward in those positions. Especially, cutting hours for the director of our community, our committees and boards. So that's just one small job that's being cut as a result of this. The other number, again, for the extra positions, again, that's just based on, almost like I say, a want list based on the presentations from the police and fire. So again, are we ready to do that now, or is it too much right now? That's, again, to be discussed and vetted on out. It just gave us a starting block. We're up against it time-wise, and no matter how you slice it, guys. So again, as Mr. Laurie, commented, having, individual conversations with one another, not in a group format, but again, to do the legwork behind this, do your own research, and come up with your own opinions of what you feel the town needs. Again, getting more feedback from the town members and the constituents on what the best direction to go with as far as a number for this override. But I do feel, again, that we probably should put this on a ballot in June in order to at least get something accomplished for the schools. It's not the ideal timing. I'm not happy with the timing. I wanted to vet this out in more time, as I mentioned, and maybe bring this up in October, November, but again, we're up against it, and I don't think we have that time frame. But this is, again, for us to vet out as quickly as we can and get the information that we need to make some decisions. So that being said, we have the motion and a second to move to Budget and Finance. I'll just move the question. All those in favor of sending to Budget and Finance committees, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, guys, for the discussion. Next up is Order OFY 25-056, 2025 Special Election Warrant. Potentially to have this vote happen on June 21st, 2025. This is a Saturday, which I felt would be the best day to have this. It actually falls before the town of Rainham has a vote on their override, which is going to be the following Tuesday, 22nd, 23rd, 24th, I believe. So again, we'll just maintain this at a council level. And I would just ask for a motion to do that, to maintain it at a council level. So I have a motion to.
Seconded.
Thank you, Ms. Ellenberg, second by Ms. Strigels. Any further discussion on the item? Ms. Strigels.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I hear the need from both constituents and from the town of Rainham to have the elections on the same day. So I know one date was floated and then a Tuesday was floated, and we would prefer a Saturday. I do think that we should at least open up the channels of conversation to potentially have those votes happen on the same day. Based on
I
what I'm
understand,
hearing from
and
the town
I certainly would agree with that. I just feel for our town as Bridgewater, I think Tuesday would be a very difficult day to have it on. Saturday certainly has worked better for us in the past. And I'm concerned with prior Saturdays being the weekend prior, being Father's Day weekend, where many people might be traveling. And the weekend prior to that just makes it an even tighter timeline to get ready for an override vote, which, again, more education I think would be needed to have this.
So then I'll just push and see if they'll maybe agree to the Saturday.
There you go. Thank you. But again, we'll keep this as listed for now, and again, keep this at a council level. So I have a first and second. Any further discussion on the motions? Seeing none, all those in favor of keeping this at a council level, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next up, we have Ordinance D FY 25-019, adoption of Clause 22I of the Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5, regarding the HERO Act. This was introduced by Councilors Loretti, Chase, and Strigels. I'll ask if any one of those councilors would like to introduce this and go over it. Mr. Loretti.
Mr. Martin did a better job than I could. So just to reiterate what he said, it's to keep up with the cost of living, essentially, for our veterans and their already existing tax exemptions.
Thank you, Mr. Loretti. Again, we're looking to send this to, Ms. Strigels, please.
I would just say I'm pro-TIF, but I'm also pro-veteran. So if we're going to be making certain exemptions for development, we need to take care of our own and we need to take care of our veterans. So I do want you all to know that we can do both at the same time.
Thank you, Ms. Strigels. And Mr. Chase, any further comments as the sponsor? Okay, thank you. So again, we're looking to send this to Rules and Procedures. Do I have a motion to do so? Ms. Strigels, second by
second.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Murphy. Any further discussion on sending it to Rules and Procedures? Ms. McGrath.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know that it was a partnership with the Clause 22J of the HERO Act, but that wasn't put on the agenda. It's a tax exempt for the disabled veterans, and this exemption would give our veterans a more robust tax exemption. I'm disappointed, but I agree with the Disabled Veterans National Foundation that states to provide critical needed support to our disabled and at-risk veterans who leave the military wounded physically and mentally after defending our safety and freedom. And I have to piggyback on what Councilor Strigels just said. Here we're giving development a tax exempt, a huge tax exempt, but we're not supporting this other HERO Act for that veteran. So I just
So we're starting with 22I, but we're still entertaining 22J at a
right, but
future
if we
meeting.
don't get the 22J in before July 1st, it won't start in 2026. We'll have to push it out to 2027. So there's a deadline.
I understand, and we still have certainly enough time to reintroduce
Okay.
that. It's just with the budget announcement tonight.
Happy to co-sponsor the next leg of it
Yep.
as well.
Thank you, Ms. Stragels. Okay.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of sending to Rules and Procedures, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next up, we have Resolution RFY 25-009, a resolution in recognition of Pride Month, introduced by Councilor Chase. So I'll ask Councilor Chase to introduce the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just very briefly, as has been stated, the flag raising has, with respect to Pride Month, has taken place on 4 consecutive years previously here in town. And I think we all know from experience, those of us who have witnessed the ceremonies and heard the remarks of members of the public in support of this measure, that it's a very meaningful event and a very significant one. I'm certainly hopeful that we can approve this and to see the pride flag flown during the first half of the month of June.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chase. Again, we're looking to keep this at a council level, so I'll entertain a motion to keep it there.
So moved.
Ms. Strigels, a second by Mr. Lindy. Any further discussion on the matter? Ms. McGrath.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was kind of hoping that Council Chase would bring the original one back that you made, because there's certain things in here that residents were concerned about, that there's resolutions declaring Bridgewater a safe haven where all individuals, and what we just went with the resolution, they were kind of questioning about that. And the whereas, it says, the town of Bridgewater has made great strides in demonstrating support for the LDP committee, and that they don't have a problem with that. It's near the end where it says, neighbors continue to face rising levels of hateful rhetoric. They kind of just want to see more back to the original one that it was more neutral without those things in there.
Let me just say, if I may, please,
Yeah,
I did
Mr.
not
Chase.
draft the resolution. However, I firmly stand in support of it. Frankly, I don't think that there's anything egregious about the language as it appears here. I don't think that anyone should be making any suggestion that it corresponds with the previous resolution that we had recently disposed of. We tabled it.
Yeah.
Frankly, this is a matter with respect to approval of the raising of the pride flag, as we have done for 4 previous consecutive
There's
years.
no problems with that. I think it was Matt Rushman that did the original one. They thought maybe go back to the original one. It had different languages
Language of
in it.
resolutions changes typically from year to year.
I know, but I mean, I'm
We
telling
don't
you,
work from a standard, template.
I'm just voicing what the residents asked me to voice. So
Oh, okay, in response to that, let me...
Guys, just direct everything through the president's chair, please. Thank you. It's not a conversation between the two of you.
Mr. President, I'm just voicing what the residents asked me to voice.
Thank you, Ms. McGrath. Mr. Chase, any comments based on that?
I support the language of the resolution. Frankly, I think that it is perfectly in accord with what we have done. With respect to this measure previously, I'm not bothered by any particular portion of the language, and I don't believe that any citizen should be either.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chase. Ms. Striggles.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that something that I said during the resolution discussion prior to us tabling it was, if we say we are what we are, we should continue to show what we are and who we are as a community. And I think when you've done something now for 4 years and it's been meaningful to your fellow residents and has created an inclusive environment, there is nothing negative about having an inclusive environment, not for our children, not for us as human beings. There's nothing wrong with inclusivity. And at the end of the day, if we continue doing this, we're sending a message that we are that welcoming community that you all said that we were.
Thank you, Ms. Striggles. Any further comments?
Yes.
Ms. Ellenberg.
Yes. I'd like to object to the words "a safe haven" where all individuals, regardless of, and it names all the categories. This, in essence, is saying that we are a sanctuary city with different language. Safe haven is the new buzzword. And I don't think that is right, and I don't think that's where we need to be. I have no objections to the pride flag itself, but I don't think that we should be making a statement which is basically DEI and sanctuary city.
Thank you, Ms. Ellenberg. Again, this is a first reading, keeping it at the council level, so what I would suggest is we'll keep it here, and then any further edits that we want to make at the next meeting, as we vote on it, we could certainly make at that time, giving time to digest it after tonight's meeting. But thank you for your comments. Any further discussion? Seeing none. So again, just as a vote to keep it on a council level, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next up, we have Resolution RFY 25-010, resolution honoring Juneteenth. And I begin, Mr. Chase, as the sponsor. I'll give you the floor to describe this.
I would say, thank you, Mr. President, that very simply, Juneteenth is a federal, a state, and a town holiday. And we have for several years, I believe for 3 years, we have flown raised the Juneteenth flag in celebration of that holiday, and that is what this resolution proposes to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chase. I'll actually ask for a motion to keep it at a council level as
So
well.
moved.
And Ms. Striggles, and a second for further discussion?
Second.
Ms. Ellenberg. Any further discussion? Ms.
Yeah.
Striggles, I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
I will say this flag is deeply personal to myself and my family, who have been here since 1957. And I will tell you, I don't think my grandparents would have ever thought that they would have seen a Juneteenth flag that we hung in our home flying in front of this building. So our town has evolved immensely over the years, and I do think that we need to continue that evolution, not just for us, but for our kids.
And thank you, Ms. Striggles. Ms. Ellenberg?
Yes, my understanding is the history of Juneteenth was slaves in Texas did not know they had been freed by the Civil War. And when word finally got to them, that became Juneteenth. I think that a statement of freedom of Juneteenth is totally appropriate, and I support this flag.
Thank you, Ms. Ellenberg. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, again, to keep at a council level, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And lastly, Resolution RFY 25-011, a resolution honoring Purple Heart Month. This was introduced by Council McGrath, so I'll ask Council McGrath for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we saw that by our agent, what the Purple Heart flag will look like, and I'm glad that it will be flown for the whole month of May. I'm looking forward to it, and hopefully we'll get the information exactly what time and everything that May 1st is on.
Very good. I'll ask for a motion and a second to keep it at a council level. Mr. Chase?
Seconded.
Second by Ms. Striggles. Any further discussion on the item? Mr. Chase?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to say that I'd like to commend Mary and certainly the Veterans Council and Mr. Martin for having brought this forward. It certainly makes sense in view of the resolution that the council did pass recently with respect to the celebration of the month to commemorate Purple Heart Month. I'm also very pleased to think that for the first time now in 5 years, since I had drafted the flag-raising ordinance, another flag has been proposed to be flown, in addition to what we've historically seen, the Pride flag and more recently the Juneteenth flag. And that's exactly what the ordinance was intended to do. For those of you who have never read the ordinance, I would urge you to do so, because it actually very carefully explains that there are other flags that could be considered for approval by the council for to be raised here on town property. And I look forward to that. I certainly look forward to attending the raising of the Purple Heart flag.
Thank you, Mr. Chase. Any further comments?
Yes.
Oh, Ms. Ellenberg.
I'd just like to make the comment that we shouldn't just be opening it up to everything, because God forbid someone wants to fly a Nazi flag, which they did in Skokie, Illinois. And so we don't want that situation to arise, so we really need to be a little bit more, I suppose, discreet about what we put on the flagpole.
If I may say, in response, very briefly,
I'll go back to Mr. Chase.
the ordinance does provide for that the flag to be proposed needs to be approved by the council. It's the council decision, and if a flag exclusively in the opinion of the council is for whatever reason inappropriate for that purpose, we do not need to approve it. That's what distinguishes what we have from what took place in the city of Boston, or in the instance I'm sure that you're referring to. So flags that we don't approve cannot be flown here.
Except that we can be sued for discrimination, so.
Because it is government speech. When we approve it as such, as the sole representatives of the town, it becomes government speech, and it is unassailable.
Well, that is not
Again,
the free speech
please, through the chair,
of-
Ms. Ellenberg.
Thank you,
Direct
sorry.
through the chair, please.
That would not be free speech for the people seeking to fly the flag, and it would be a violation of their rights.
Okay, so we'll move forward and just again keep this at a council level. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
No.
Oh, you voted
No,
no?
yeah.
Not to keep it at a council level. All right.
Oh, no, excuse me. I'll keep it at council level.
Thank you. So that's a unanimous vote. And that ends our new business for this evening. So we will jump to those that have stuck with us this whole night. And I thank you for your sticking with it. We'll go to citizens' comments. And again, let me state that due to Massachusetts open meeting law requirements, discussions will not take place during the public comment period. If appropriate, responses to questions and concerns will be given by the town manager at a future town council meeting. I welcome everyone to come up and speak. Please give your name and address for the record, and please keep it to 3 minutes or less.
Good evening. My name's Eric Hoy. I live at 120 Oak Ridge Lane, and I am a teacher in the school district at the high school. My wife's also a teacher at the high school. I have 2 girls in the elementary school at the Mitchell. I just was writing some notes for myself as I heard just some discussion tonight on different issues, and I just wanted to address a couple things that I thought were important to address that came up in the discussion. Councilor McGrath, something that was brought up earlier tonight was the idea of when considering when to best vote for an override, that maybe July would be better than June. I really would just urge us to stick with that idea of a June override vote if that's something we end up pursuing. And the reason being, and I just thought I would share this because as a teacher, it's just something that we're familiar with when we're working in the schools, that a major issue with an override to begin with is going to be retaining talent. If we put that off a little bit more than even just June. We're going to already have non-professional status teachers who have been pink slipped and have started to seek out other work. So I just wanted to bring that up because when we delay the vote closer to the start of school, some of those employees will have already received other employment. They may choose to stick with their new employment opportunities versus coming back to a district that seemingly year after year is in a financial crisis. So I just wanted to bring that up because it's something that doesn't always come to mind if you're not in it every day like I am. August is typically not a great month to be hiring for education. We lose many qualified candidates in a pool of candidates, so the earlier we could get this accomplished, the better. I just wanted to share that. Councilor Loretti, something that you said tonight about needing to spend further time investigating the appropriate amount of money for an override. I just really don't support that because in this case with the schools, it will once again put off decreasing class sizes, which will put off supporting our students, even though I understand the need to do due diligence. I really just personally don't think an additional audit of our school committee budget is needed. It's 16 to 17 pages long. Over the years, the district's just been continuously underfunded, and it's not very difficult to look through. If there is fat in there to be trimmed, it's just minimal, and I really don't think that there is anything left to be done there in regard to staffing. I can understand waiting on some of the other issues that face the council, but I just don't believe that the schools can wait any longer. And Councilor Chase, I want to thank you for stressing the urgency of acting now, and again, many of you echoed this tonight, not just Councilor Chase, of acting now to appropriately fund our schools while creating a plan to address roads, water separately, some of those other issues that we face in the community, which are, of course, important as well. The people need to be given the right to vote on this issue, and I really do trust that you all will work together to come up with a palatable number for our community, and hopefully we can vote on this in a June election. And thank you, Ms. Striggles, for bringing up. Hopefully we could work with Rainham to schedule our elections on the same day, because I do worry about a vote in one town taking place before a vote in the other, and just any chance to sway an election one way or the other. So again, thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Right on time, too. Good job.
Sean Kennedy, 487 Summer Street. I'm just going to keep this very quick. As the co-chair of the Bridgewater CPAC, which is the BR, the Bridgewater Random Special Education Parent Advisory Council, in April, on April 23rd, this month, we're holding a meeting for nominations for elections for the board. I just wanted to get this out in public because a lot of parents are watching due to everything else going on. So April 23rd, we'll release the information on the location on Facebook like we usually do, and the vote for that is held in May. So I just want to make sure we get enough people involved. It's solely voluntary for parents that have kids on IEPs and 504s. It relies on that involvement. It's very important. It is something we are required to have due to the district. All the towns have them. So I just want to make sure I get more involvement in that. Involvement is very, very low. So I just want to bring people in, people that are watching, come follow us on Facebook, BRCPAC, and I just want to see more involvement. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Comment on it?
Brady Thomas, 95 Magnolia Way. I'm gonna lower this. Not as tall as everybody else. All right. I did have a little thing typed up before I came here tonight. I erased that kind of towards the end of the meeting. I echo Councilman Murphy's frustrations in hearing and Mr. Loretti asking for more time and debates and reviewing information. The time for that was well before this, when the school committee started to bring up the need for a potential override, or when it was noticed that there was going to be a need for an override. Those conversations should have started long ago. This isn't a new issue for this town. Bridgewater school systems, as you've seen by the charts that were presented, have been underfunded for years. This should have been conducted long ago, and there should already be committees and town meetings and things like that, or in groups with citizens to get input. That time's passed. You can't push an override vote to July to wait for the incoming town manager. You just can't, because it won't happen. And then we'll be behind, and if, like Ms. Striggles said, if one of us doesn't pass it, the whole thing fails. So the school isn't putting forward a wish list, like you said, that you added for the town. This isn't a wish list. This is a need. This is a need to improve the educational system in Bridgewater, to keep our students achieving a good education all the way through. They can't be losing electives, losing teachers, and going to school with 33, 37, 40 kids. You're going to have kids that slip through the cracks, and then it's going to be even a bigger issue. And you're going to have even angrier parents here at town meetings because you did nothing. There was nothing done before. Don't be the board that continues to do nothing. Do something. Put the override or the Proposition 2.5 forward. If there's things that the town needs, obviously our roads are not the best. Yes, we can always use more police, more fire, other services. Those things can be budgeted. You need to start looking forward, not just planning for this month, next month. The board is in charge of the finances and the finance committee. You have to start planning not just for this year, but for years ahead and looking at the problems to come. We're in this position because that never happened. And you can say that you guys did or not, no one's going to believe that. We're in a position of asking for an override of upwards of almost $10 million because there was no foresight done. So.
Thank you.
Ashley Mallard, 270 Grange. Where should I begin? Let's see. We're here because you ignored the fact that there was 24 positions, cut last year. You had a joint meeting last year with the school system in which they told you that there was a budgetary issue. The school system also sent you an email through Mr. Perry in November, I believe the exact date, I just wrote it down, but I know they sent it in November, and then you also had a joint meeting in December of this past year in which the school was not hiding the fact that we already had cuts and that we knew the problem was coming, and Chapter 70 has already been an issue for multiple years in a row, and that COVID money dried up. So I had heard from Mr. Perry before at another meeting in which you said there needed to be time to organize and understand the bigger picture that needed to be supplied. And I think you guys haphazardly added this on to create a situation that the town can't swallow. So maybe you got to take it off and you got to go back and you do the different work that Ms. already talked about. I personally don't want to see cuts from fire and police and services that I know my family also depends on at certain times. But the reality is, when was the last time they took cuts? I just don't know. I haven't heard that. But I know that between the cuts last year and the cuts this year, I doubt it would add up to approximately 20%. Because I can tell you, based on the numbers in my membership, that if you take those cuts, it'll be approximately 20% in 2 fiscal years. That's devastating, we'd know, for every other business and every other service in this town. But we blink an eye and suggest we postpone it. It can't happen. Okay? So, yes, I would love more interest in the school. No one that I saw on the regular, and I have to admit, you guys I do see very regularly now, so I appreciate it, but it seemingly happened when I just showed up in January and started talking at town meetings about it. I didn't see you guys regularly at any other school committees in the fall, not to say maybe I just didn't know you as well, and there was a face there, but let's be honest, I didn't see anyone storming down the street saying it's terrible the school cut 24 positions last year and there are 33 kids in the classroom. So this is the time. Step up and show that the people have the right to decide. And maybe you have to look at those other numbers and say, it's not the right time for those, because I heard an issue about ratios. Suddenly, this town's concerned about ratios? Suddenly, we're looking at per 1,000 people in town, you need this many people to be serviced? Because when it comes to the kids, we don't care about ratios. When it comes to the kids, we don't care about per pupil expenditures. And that, might I add, is not actually just on the burden of this council that's here. It's the council members that I hear speaking and telling you what to do on Facebook and making everyone know. And it's previous school committee members as well who didn't push the town council to give a bigger budget. And it's previous leadership in our own leadership of the school who agreed to say, just enough, just enough. Which service took a 0 last year for a COLA? Which service in town did the cuts and took it on the chin like the school did? We can't take it anymore.
Thank you, Ashley.
Janet Hanson, Pleasant Street, keeping it simple. I'm not sure if I would vote for the override, but my feeling is just stick with the school. if you're going to have any chance of it passing, if it does go through, stick with the school. Those numbers, I can't afford more than $1,000 a year. Who can afford that? Realistically, all right, everybody needs more money, but we also have to tighten the belt. I'm not getting a raise. I can't cost of living raise. I don't have a pension. I have to pay for my own health insurance. So over $1,000 a year is a lot. So cut it down to just the school, and we'll figure out the others, maybe debt exclusion or something. The only other thing I didn't quite understand if it was said, I couldn't follow, there's so many figures, but I wanted to know if the BP and the fire station, I guess, aren't on our taxes yet? They are? Okay. So we have, all right, so they are already. I didn't realize that. But I don't know when they're going to be done paying. But that goes down, doesn't it? I'm not sure. I know you guys can't talk. But I was just confused about that. But if you could just cut it down to at least the school, you guys might have a chance, but again, I don't know if I would vote for it yet. I still would have to see a lot of accounting for things. And as far as voting, I've stayed with Saturday. On a weekday would be difficult. School would still be in session, so wouldn't you have to close the schools because you are voting on one day, or would it be just one school? So I would say Saturday. If Rainham can do Saturday, great. If not, we just do what we want to do. And as far as the flags, we all decided those 3 flags were fine. I am too concerned about what Ms. Ellenberg had said. If Mr. Chase is correct in what he said, that there's no loophole, that somebody can't come in and request, that's fine. But I'm always concerned there's going to be somebody that might fight that. So I just want to make sure that that is definitely a done deal, that nothing else can come about. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Anyone else? Come on up.
Sorry, it's so late. Elizabeth Sharp, 1000 South Street. I'd like to thank the counselors and Ms. Robinson for recognizing the critical needs in our town. I also just want to emphasize that the budget that Ms. Robinson presented tonight, detailing what the town can give the school district, is $4 million short of the level funded budget. In case any townspeople don't know, a level funded budget is the budget that gets you exactly what you have the prior year. So we're $4 million short of having enough teachers just to get 30 to 33 kids in a class. And to be clear, I don't think that anyone's evil here and only giving the 4.67% because you hate children and you're keeping all the money for yourselves. It's the per capita data that was shared tonight. By the way, you're like a really great presenter. I hate public speaking. You are like so cool and calm, and like the graphics. I teach first grade and I'm used to like addition to 10, and I could like understand everything you showed. That per capita slide shows that our town's pie is not big enough for everyone to get a piece. We are underfunding every single part. One thing I will note that stuck out, it almost looked like the fire department, it almost looked like that was the one area that like we're actually funding well. And I have been doing a little bit of research. I just want to make sure that it's not, we don't think we're actually funding them well, because we're not. I know the state data is a little bit like misconstrued because there's a lot of volunteer fire departments and fire departments in the state that don't have ambulance services. So it looks like the fire department is fully funded on that slide. It's not. We're definitely still very underfunded in that area too. All right, I went off track. Back to schools. So we are $4 million short just to try to get 33 kids in a class. That means our classes next year are going to have 35, 36, 37 kids in a class in first grade, second grade, third grade. I look forward to the superintendent to share these exact numbers now that we have the final number that we can get from the town. Like I said, not because you don't want to give us more, that's just all that we have. I look forward to seeing the facts. What are the class sizes going to look like next year? And I will say that I do know that superintendent did send an email or a letter to the entire district. We got it in November. That was also sent to the council, basically laying out that these are the facts. This is what's coming. I don't think we can't. It's not something that we can put off any longer. We're $4 million short to have classes with 33 kids in them. That means we're going to have classes of 37 kids in them. I'm not opposed to having it include things like fire and police. I don't want to be short 10 police officers when I go to call 911 for something. I would like to have fire engines staffed so that we don't have a tragedy like Middleborough had last year with a child that was killed in a fire when they were underfunded. But I do look forward to seeing this working number to see if we can bring it down to a little bit more of a palatable number to get the biggest bang for our buck to make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Come on up.
I am Dan Lamori, 15 Sherwood Lane. Did not prepare any of this, and I'm tired. But basically, I got 3 kids in the Mitchell School, 2 in kindergarten, 25 kids in the class. At least I have an assistant in that classroom. I got my son in the 2nd grade class. They're at 29 kids right now. My son's bright. He's reading at like a 2nd grade level in kindergarten. The kid's bright. He's now the founder of the School is Boring committee in his cafeteria. Sounds cute, but it's because he's not challenged because his teacher can't give him any kind of special attention to give him a little bit harder work or something to really task him. So he's bored. So he's not getting the education he needs. But this is a need, not a want. And kicking the can down the street just to wait for the town manager to do more research on what should have already been done is just ridiculous. We're at the point now where this has to be decided. This has to move forward. And it's really disappointing that this is where we're at now. This is where we should have been at in November. With that said, you know where I stand with that. The big topic to me that got addressed tonight might seem counterintuitive. We're worried about an override and worried about money. People are concerned about a TIF for the Broad Street project. That's another can that's been kicked down the road for a better part of 2 decades. A TIF is going to be what makes it happen, and it's going to be what spurs the rest of the development to happen that we hopefully get. So I hope that we're really considering this and taking this, not taking this lightly. The permitting fee alone, from what I saw on the graphic, is going to be more money into this town hall than that property has since it's been vacant for the better part of 2 decades with its taxes. $233,000 on day 1. That's more than all the taxes since it's been vacant. So yes. So I'm in favor of an override, pay more taxes, but I'm also in favor of making something else happen because it's a blight. Downtown's a blight. I hope that the Broad Street project can happen and then that spurs the rest of actual rehab of our downtown because it is sad at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Anybody else like to come up and speak? MJ? Anybody? Go, come on up.
MJ Spagone, 5 Lakeshore Center, Unit 1128. I will try to be brief since the hour is now very, very late. First and foremost, I think the budget presentation tonight, and I will speak as chair of the Finance Committee on this, was a very sobering conversation on what we face with our FY26 budget, what our needs are going to be, and how we are going to try to fund that going forward. I look forward to working with the Budget and Finance Committee on trying to find a workable solution that at least finds a way to make it work. I would recommend to the public, again, try to attend our meetings or even view them if you can, even after the meetings have ended. information is one of the most powerful tools the public has and we as officials have. I would encourage people to read the budget document that Ms. Robinson shared today with the presentation. I would ask them to review the documentation that's going to be on the website. That is the overall budget for the enterprise and for the overall general budget. Again, this is going to be a very difficult process this time around, and it is very sobering to have that be fully presented as is. That all aside, let's try to leave it on a little bit more of a positive note. I want to state I appreciate the public coming out tonight. Another fully packed, room crowded type of meeting. They were able to speak to you and you were able to listen to them. I think it's one of the best things I've seen in the last few years is that there's been more of a increase in the public being in these meetings and being present. I strongly encourage folks to continue doing that because without that level of participation, we as officials don't get to do our jobs efficiently. We rely upon you to be active, to be out here, and those of us that are late at night, either we're crazy or we just are in it for the love of the game. Frankly, I'd like to think it's both. So for that, I want to say again, I find myself in gratitude to all of you for coming out and sharing your thoughts and views. And the one last thing is relating to the Pride Month thing. I am a little question about that language in the resolution. Maybe we can have an amendment to that at some point, Councilor Chase, given that there is some heavy loadedness to certain expressions or terminologies in the legislative language itself. Keep it simple, keep it concise, just go with what we did before. It's so much easier. Not to mention, it's an issue that is a non-issue, frankly, and while it may be controversial in a meeting here, let's just put it this way, just allow it to be focused on the people for which that day and that month is focused on. Because I know I've done it for the last 2 years speaking at those events. Frankly, I look forward to doing it again, if so, given the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, MJ.
May I just say a couple more words, Mr.
I'll make the motion to suspend our rules.
Second, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you. Again, Rachel King, Bridgewater Rainham Regional School District. I just want to leave you with a couple of facts, projections from Mr. Powers. If this does not go to a vote for an override, or if the override fails on either town, as Mrs. Striggles pointed out, Councilwoman Striggles pointed out, this is a partnership with Rainham. If one town doesn't pass it, neither town, that would cause an issue for both towns. So just some things that Mr. Powers had put together, anticipating if this does not, and we have to make do with the 4.6% increase. This would face a potential of 40+ staff reductions. Obviously, we have to look at that because we have to look at where the reductions could make, where we could make those reductions. Retirements not filled. Potentially, we have 16 retirements at this time, which we potentially would not fill. Average class size between K through 8 potentially would be between 30 and 40 students. Average class size at the high school could be between 30 and 45 students. Special education would be out of compliance, which is an additional cost to us. Every out of compliance is a potential fee, as well as those students not getting the services they require. Loss of electives at the high school level, and reduction, elimination of activities, clubs, and sports would also have to be looked at. That's worst case scenario if we have to go to that. That's why this is such an important issue that everyone is engaged with, you're engaged with, both towns are. Money is always a divisive and controversial topic. $6 million is certainly controversial and a big topic to discuss, and for you to do your due diligence on this. But more importantly, we really need to work together, and between the school district, the town of Bridgewater, and the town of Rainham, we need to be partners in this and all work together. Yes, we may disagree on how to move forward or different things, but we all need to be on the same page and put that united front forward, because we need both towns to see that
and see why this is positive for them, because it is a big tax increase. We need it to be palatable, like you have said, but even less than $1,000, it's going to be a lot to the average taxpayer, so we need to be cognizant of that, but also show them that we're on the same page and why this is a need for us and what they would get in return. So thank you so much for this discussion, and I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Jennifer Pimentel, Casey Circle. I just wanted to add in a little about with needing this more information. When I had started doing my own research regarding this district and its budget, and you can go on, you find so many articles. This has been a year-over-year thing for over 20 years for our town. If you go on, there's still an article posted back from the Enterprise in 2009 that's reflecting on the problems we had in 2004 of these same things, saying that the high school was placed on academic probation. Parents pulled their children out of the district. It wasn't a school year that anyone, students, parents, teachers, administrators, wanted to repeat. Yet another budget crisis looms for Bridgewater-Rainham Regional School District with a new round of cuts, and many fear that communities are making the same choices that got them into trouble 5 years ago. As you guys sit here as our current town council members, I really hope you'll take an active stance and not keep us in the same place we've been in for the last 20 years. By not taking action throughout that time is what has us so dire and here begging you for these action steps. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
How are you? Good evening. Good morning, almost. My name's Phil Mallard, 270 Grange Park. Ashley Mallard's my wife, and she, for the last few months, has come in here and told you guys and other committees exactly where you need to be, how much you have to spend, what you should be doing. I can only imagine what my life is like with her. She comes in here with passion and fire, and for her, coming in and advocating for her students in the school that she's been a part of her entire life it's simply who she is. And she lives in that world. The passion and the fire are just something that comes right out of her heart because that's what she wants for this district. For me, I didn't grow up here, I didn't live this life, and I don't understand the district the way that she does. But what I can tell you is that raising my own taxes, having my wife come out every other night and talk about it, it's tough, and I think about that. And I'm sure all of you have constituents who think about that as well. The fixed income people, the people who are, of retirement age without students in the district. And my wife comes here and advocates for this because it's love. It's love for the school, the people that she works for, colleagues, students, kids that she doesn't have, kids that she had decades ago, kids that she's going to have. And for your constituents, if they ask you and they say, why the hell are we supporting this? Why am I going to come out of my own pocket to help someone, some family, some of these kids that come up here? And I think the only real answer that you can give to them is love. Love for the community that you're a part of, love for the education that you can provide, love for the opportunities that a great education gives you when it's delivered by a very professional, well-funded, and ultimately collegial and excellent group of teachers and professionals in our school district. You only get that through funding. You only get that through overfunding by providing more than what the bottom of the barrel provides for. This override, I think, gets us a step closer to that. I know there's a lot more in this number that was presented here than maybe some would like, maybe some would want more. I don't know about that. I'm not really too deep in the numbers. But if the question is going to be, why should I do this for someone else, there's only really one way to look at it: empathy, compassion, and love. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Anybody else like to speak?
Natalie Mearsub, 45 Star Road. I'm the face of a mom who has fought hard for her children. I have 2 special needs twins, and this past year, the classroom size was too big for my Oliver. Not just too big that some could stand up here and say 31 kids, lots of Valentines. No. 17 kids in a sub-separate classroom, and Desi found out because this mom was not going to leave it to people to kick down the road. So he's in a smaller classroom, and what does he face now? Middle school. So as you think about this timeline, think about Oliver Mirasep, and think about how he's going into middle school, and how he deserves the classroom and the teachers and the school administrative size that's going to close the gap. So you see your special ed numbers decrease in this town. If you teach the students and have what the students need, their needs will decrease. Not everyone, and that's why I want the services there for the students that do need it. But in closing, like I said, we need that June date for the vote because we're getting close to middle school for Oliver Mirasep, and we need to be able to close the gap. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to come up and speak? Microphones are dying. I think they're dying fast.
Microphones are dying?
Yeah, right.
Oh, yeah, mine died. Oh, well.
Paul's got an active one, okay. Again, thank you very much, everyone, for speaking. We appreciate you sticking through this whole night. Yeah, here we go. Again, thank you all for coming out tonight. We appreciate all the comments, and the passion that you all have. It's what, being in a community is all about. That's why we took all the time that we took tonight to hear all the comments. So again, thank you all for coming out and sticking with us to the end of the evening here tonight. We will certainly close with some council comments, and I'll start with Mr. Loretti to my right.
Sure. Thank you for everyone for staying. I appreciate your passionate comments. Just wanted to address a couple things. People get really uneasy when they say the word, when they hear the word audit. A performance audit, I think, is an appropriate thing in certain circumstances, especially when we're considering an override, which is going to be forever for all of us. I perform an audit. I ask people, third party, to come in and look at my business every year and see how I could do better. So I don't mean to offend anybody. I don't mean to say that anybody's not doing their job or they're being irresponsible, but I just think that it's something that we should consider when we're thinking of a permanent increase in our taxes. It's unfortunate that we're having this conversation right now. I think this conversation should have happened a year ago. I think that we should have been looking at a 5-year plan a year ago, certainly 6 months ago, and we haven't been doing that, and that's on us, and we're unfortunately here right now having these discussions today. I'd like to know how we're addressing rising yearly expenses. I'm looking at the school budget, I'm looking at the town budget, I'm seeing expenses over 10%, 12%, in some cases transportation for schools of over 40%. It's on both sides. It's on the town, it's on the schools, it's everywhere. So we passed this override this year. What are we going to do next year? Are we going to continue to pass overrides as we have expenses that are continuing to increase? I know that some of them are somewhat out of our control, but it's something that we need to address and something that we need to project years ahead so that we don't have to continue to ask people to do this. And that's all that I have.
Thank you, Ms. Loretti. Ms. Ellenberg.
Sure.
Thank you. I'm looking to see how we can increase revenue, and in that sense, I favor the TIF because it will be bringing revenue to the town in the long run. I support the override to the extent that it should go to the voters. Let the people decide. And thirdly, I think we need to get more money out of the state, and I hope our state rep and other people can, and our new town manager will get us more money from the state because we need to close the revenue gap. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Ellenberg. Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. Just a couple quick things. Again, just to address the override from my standpoint, I feel like I've said a lot on that tonight. I'd love the number to get down somewhere between 7 and 8 million, prioritizing the schools while still addressing police and fire at a reasonable, cost. I will say a couple other things. Just wanted to thank former town Councilman McKinnon for organizing the town cleanup day on the 19th. I think that's a great opportunity. I know there are a lot of residents that are going to get involved, and I'm glad to see that continue and continue to grow as well too. Secondly, the Fire for Effect, First Responders Day on the 26th, same day as the election day. It seems like a great event that's coming together. I know there was some gear for sale. I don't know if that's still for sale, but I think it is. There's some great T-shirts and sweatshirts to support that cause. Excellent cause. And so if you haven't, they do an excellent job on Facebook, kind of keeping those things updated. And I would just push everybody to go on and check those things out. Next, I wanted to thank Mr. Cormier for his presentation, the outreach that he's done about this to educate people. I think you've gone above and beyond to make sure that people are informed about this decision before, votes taken. So I appreciate that. I think you've done more than you needed to do there. Wanted to thank the students and the parents that continue to come out. And it's so hard to sit here every meeting and hear these stories and not act on something. So I've said it before, I'll say it again. I think we need to move on this. We need to make sure that full number is on a ballot for June. And we need to get that done and move forward. And then finally, I just wanted to thank Councilor McGrath. So I just wanted to thank Councilor McGrath. I think you've done an excellent job over the last year coming up with new initiatives, pushing engagement for our boards and committees. The Purple Heart resolution that you offered tonight, I just think you've done an incredible job for the town in the short time that you've been on here, and I really appreciate working with you. Not to say that I don't with the other councilors, but I just think in the first year you've done so much. So thank you for that. And
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate
well
it.
deserved. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Lindy? Yes, please.
Did too. They're all dying. So I am glad we are going to send this to the voters. I would have liked to see a smaller number. I think we do have to focus and concentrate on the schools and maybe do the roads as a debt exclusion or something like that. I just want to make sure that the smaller departments don't get cut. I don't believe in across-the-board cuts, so ultimately when we work on the budget, I'm hoping we can avoid that. Also like to address a comment that Ashley Mallard made about the letter on school funding that went out in November to parents and staff. It didn't go to all of us on the council, just so you know, for the record. I never saw it. I also want to make sure that we completely and totally understand the role of the different committees that this council has. I was asked by some residents about the role of budget and finance. I know what the role is. I know what the role I think should be. I've made efforts with the Finance Committee chair to streamline the process so our budget director, our town manager, and others do not have to go and present the same information twice. And the reason I wanted that meeting to be a full council meeting is so my colleagues can be there. We have a committee structure that's 3 on this council. To me, I understand why it's not 5, but it's hard. You can't even have a conversation with another counselor because you break quorum. Talking about behind-the-scenes work, we can't do behind-the-scenes work. We got to do work in the public. There's sunshine laws. There's open meeting laws. We have to follow them. The Mass Legislature doesn't. Go figure. But hopefully we'll move forward. And I have other things to say, but I'll keep them to myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Liddy. Mr. Chase, you got a working one over there? Looks like we got something.
Thanks, Mr. President. I just wanted to sincerely thank everyone who has come out this evening, and so many of you are still here. Obviously, it's you put in the hours just as we have, and I salute you for it. We thank you for your input. It's these aren't just words. I personally, I really feel very moved by the testimony that you've given to us. So I do appreciate that. I'll be meeting with citizens at Bridgewater Bagel for a coffee with the counselor on Saturday morning. from 9 to 11. Obviously, if anyone would care to stop by, I will be really caffeinated. So I don't know if that's good or bad, but I will be, trust me.
Thank you, Mr. Chase. Ms. Striggles.
Thank you. I also want to echo the sentiments. I put a challenge out to all of my pro-override friends in the audience to stay for the duration of our meetings, because I do think that it's more impactful when there are bodies in the room to hear when we actually get to speak once the meeting comes to a close. I also have said before that how we treat each other, both as residents and as counselors, does matter. How we behave in this room does matter. Decorum matters. And emotions are very high given the scope of the issues that our town faces. We don't always deal with it in a perfect way. But just know that with the emotion is because there is a lot of love, to Mr. Mallard's point. There is a lot of love in the decisions that we know as a council we are likely going to have to make. So I don't necessarily agree with outbursts that happen. I understand them, but I do think that we have to be better for each other. And when it came to light for myself, the imperative nature of the school, I raised my hand because someone raised their hand for me. And I have been working tirelessly on this since January to make sure I was well educated, I understood every line item of the school budget, and made sure that when I was in a working group meeting with the town of Rainham and the school committee and the superintendent, that I was best advocating for a lower number. It was always about making sure that the number that we were presenting to you was advocating for change while not giving every single thing in the wish list, because we seemingly can't afford it. So I do want everyone to understand that we want to get there. I do believe that the number is around that $7 to $8 million number, doing the math myself. So we're gonna get to work, continuously get to work. I'm gonna go back to the town of Rainham, and we're gonna.
Thank you, Ms. Striggles. Ms. McGrath, you got a working one. We got one more left. We got down to 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. I enjoy being at Council at Large because I get to hear all the residents, so I do truly enjoy that. Speaking of that, I've had residents who, I don't know if April 19th is cleanup day, but a resident asked me to let everyone know on Saturday, April 19th, that there's a cleanup at the NIP from 9:30 to noon, and the rain date would be the 27th. And the Ironworks Park cleanup is on the same day. I guess it's near the Highway Department, and I think that starts at 9 a.m. too. The other thing is, you, Ms. Councilor Striegel, represented us very well at the school things. She knew your homework, you knew the questions, so she really did a really good job. And Mr. President, respectfully, I'm requesting for the second time to have the Citizen Advisory Committee to come before the council, because I have a lot of residents that are telling me that they applied for a committee, but they've never received any information about their request, and not a denial or approval, just silence. So if we could have that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, let's see what we can arrange on that. All right, just to close, obviously, been a long meeting tonight. We are at 12:15, and we still got executive session to do. So, yes. Again, I thank everyone for coming here tonight. I just want to stress that, obviously, none of this is happening in an ideal time frame. To have a talk of an override, to present an override before we even present a budget, can't happen. This is why they're happening at the same time. And again, it's not an ideal presentation time frame, but this is the time frame they have. If we want to get an override on the ballot in June. I got to talk fast. As it was stated earlier, but I believe it was Mr. Sharp, there's not enough money in the pie. The town budget of this town at this size at $80 million is not enough money. Our neighboring town of Middleborough has a $115 million budget for a lot less residents, I believe, than we have. So a potential override, as I see it, obviously is most important for the schools, but there is a town side to it as well. We have a certain floor. If we can't maintain a certain level of services, that's important for the entire town, not just the schools. I think that's something that we definitely have to consider. And since we are 85% residential, the burden of it does fall on the residents of this town. You have to decide what services are important to you. Do we want to have a sufficient amount of police and fire to cover our safety? Do we want to have a town government that can get the job done that needs to be done? We have budgeted conservatively for the past 15 years since the last override was passed in 2010. And we've done a good job to this point, but as mentioned earlier, and I mentioned in my comments earlier, we're on the lower side of just about every department in the Commonwealth as far as what we spend per capita, per employee. So again, in order to get it to a more functional level to deal with rising costs, we might have to, take a look at all the numbers. And again, we'll vet this out as a council and decide what's the best number to put forward. But there is definitely even more, costs to look at than just the schools. And again, not bringing it up to offset the vote in the schools, I'm very full support of an override for these schools. And I want to see this funding in place for the next fiscal year. But there's some other considerations to also have. So we'll vet this out as a council. We'll come up with a number that hopefully everyone can work with and digest and hopefully support. And hopefully we won't have to come back and have an override vote in the next few years. Hopefully it's another 10 years down the line. But this is how important this particular vote is, and we have a tight time frame to do it. But with that, I will ask for a motion, motion to adjourn, but we have to move to executive session. What's that? Yeah, I've got to read it into the record. Okay. So I will, so executive session under MGL Chapter 30, Section 21A2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel, to conduct collective bargaining sessions or contract negotiations with non-union personnel. I will entertain a motion to move into executive session under MGL Chapter 30, Section 21A2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel and to conduct collective bargaining sessions or contract negotiations with non-union personnel. And I would like a roll call vote to do so. Yes. Yes.